Yo, I'm the code queen, Silicon Supreme. Your front-end framework's just a broken dream. React Next.js, you think you're so slick, but your components are weak like your GitHub commit. Wouldn't give my number if prod was at stake. Your deployment pipeline's as fake as your take. You can't handle me one way or another. Your code is so disgusting, wouldn't even say hi to your brother. Your React site got funded by investors, bunch of suckers. Your future full of entire refactors. Your React site crashed on site. My vanilla code shines bright. No digits for you tonight. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. Haskell functional, more like dysfunctional. Your pure functions are pure assumptions. You use Rust like it's peak, but still leak that heap. Your pants scream junior dev, you're a script kiddie cheat. Tech streamers got your brain hallucinating, while your codes are shallow as your GitHub rating. You watch the primer gen thinking you're so cool, but your Vim config's your only tool. Your Docker containers are like your game, empty inside and nobody to blame. You flex those stars like they mean something, but your 4 count shows you ain't done nothing. Your Vim skills are like your bedroom game. Lots of fingers moving, but it's all the same. WQ is all you know how to do, while I'm here with macros, leaving you blue. Your muscle memory's stuck on HJKL. You code like you're dating life, going straight to hell. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. TypeScript declarations got your head spinning. Your dating life's like your test failing. Your state management is your relationship status. Complicated, broken, sexless. Memory leaks ain't your biggest trouble. Your ego's inflated and your skills rubble. I don't date no scrubs, you fool. Not even worth my memory pool. Telling me Rust has safe memory existence. I'd rather practice a life of abstinence. I know it feels like you're spreading your seed when you npm install everything you've seen. All you're doing is proving I'm right. Your code is a disease-ridden blight. I'd rather react to the itch from a real STD, not the fake crabs from your rusty code, little bitch, unlike C. Drop the mic, I'm out, coding's my art. Your dev crush, just tore you apart. Keep your npm start and your medium post, while I'm out here turning your code into roast.
Yeah, pull up to the repo with that imperative bitch energy. These tech bros about to learn about efficiency. Stack Overflow rep don't impress me none. Your Medium articles make me wanna run. Got these nerds in my mentions talking about their code, but their GitHub commits looking mighty old. You flex with that functional programming flow, but your recursive logic moving way too slow. Got 99 problems and your React is one. Your state management's weak, hun, we're done. I'm that Vandal bitch writing straight vanilla, while you over-engineer and trying to kill her. Simple problem with your 1,000 depths. Can't ship inside my prod, doesn't matter your test. Don't slide in my DMs with your Rust code. I see right through your try-hard mode. Yeah. Your Docker containers like your personality. Empty inside, no functionality. You talk big game about your AI model, but your neural network's stuck in zero throttle, trying to compensate with your...
All right. Sup, folks? Looks like I'm ready to go. Welcome in, everyone, on all the different platforms: YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Rumble, TikTok, X, wherever you are. Thanks for popping in. I am going to be tackling some video game work today. I'll put on some tunes, and I'll tackle a few things in the game. There's a few things that I want to go over, or rather I should say that I want to tackle. For example, we've got the battle UI here. It sucks. We need to fix that. I've got some ideas on how to do that. None of them are very good ideas, but we'll see what we come up with. The so there's some battle UI stuff that I want to tackle here. I think I've broken the battle system a little bit. It's my fault. I made some updates and I broke the damn battle system. There are, if I refresh here, I do have a day night, like a daytime system, so you can actually go through years, days, months, whether it's day or night. I've set that up. I kind of want to see if I can, I don't know, implement something there a little bit. There's actually quite a bit to implement, and I'm a bit overwhelmed with all the stuff that we have the flexibility to do now. There are shops, menu items for shops that I kind of have half working that we could finish up. There's the sailing. We could create a little bit of an overworld where you like this is kind of the overworld, and it's automatically sailing. So I just pick a direction, and based on wind conditions and the time of day and where I am in the world, it takes into account. It currently doesn't do this. I'm just saying what it should do. It's going to take into account the kind of ship I have and number of crew and wind and things like that. And it's going to adjust my sailing speed. I already have this working in terms of sailing. I need to implement the wind and other factors. You can go right up to a port represented by these funny little houses. And if you just push the key, that kind of like would shove you into the port. It brings you back to the port, right? That's why I keep going back and forth. So I have that working. We could make this map a little bit nicer. I just have this. It's so stupid. It's dumb, but it works. And the sailing, like I don't, my hands are up here and it's auto sailing. It's, you know, so I already have that working too. I just tap the button in the direction I want to go. Yeah. And now I'm stuck up next to the port, and so I just hit the up key and I go into the port. A lot of these menu systems need to be reworked. Well, not a lot, I guess. Just a few. Like the bank is old. It's an old menu system. The shop is an old menu system. Blackjack doesn't even have a menu, so you can't even play this. But being able to buy goods, you can do that. So I can buy like 2 pieces of amber. And then there it is. And I can buy 2 more. There's ship management stuff. I can buy a used ship and add it to my fleet. And now if I go back to my goods, let's say I want to buy 2. Well, I don't know why that's not working. Maybe that's something we can fix. I guess buy used ship didn't actually work. It was. I probably broke it. I did some updates. Yeah, I think I busted it. You can remodel your ship. You can change the materials here. You can change the space for crew and cannons and figureheads and stuff like that. A lot of these are menu items that half work, like menu systems that half work. I believe remodel only half works. I don't think changing the cannon type of the figurehead works. Oh, maybe it does. Anyway, there's a lot of little things that are annoying and boring to work on, but there's lots to work on here. You can, I think you can buy some more. No, you can't. I can only choose. Yeah. See, there's so many little tiny things that have to be worked on. So I just kind of have to pick something and work away on it and try and make it as entertaining as possible. And that's going to be a tall order for me. Let me tell you that, because I'm not entertaining on a good day. What's up, Battle on Twitch? How you doing? Good to see you. Tried to start without you, but not today. I did try. I tried. I thought maybe I could start and Battle wouldn't be here. And I could get away with whatever I thought I could get away with, I guess. Thanks, ALS. Thanks for the lurk, man. Okay, so in order to update the like, I guess the overworld, this is going to be essentially Earth. So I have to come up with a way of mimicking world map, mimicking this, essentially the globe from the game that I'm kind of recreating here. An interactive map? I didn't even know this existed. Holy cow. Wow. What does it look like in the game? I think it looks like this. Really? Yeah, it looks more like this. So I sort of need to recreate kind of like this world map in the overworld here in the game. I think it's okay if I don't do it one for one here. I don't think I need to go down the rabbit hole of recreating the globe yet. I think what I could do is just use this existing map that I have right now and add a few more ports and maybe a few more ships sailing around. And just kind of play around with a few overworld tiles and see if we can get something that starts to look, you know, half decent, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't really need to go. I don't really need to do that until I've sorted out the mechanics of like just sailing around on a general map. So I can probably ignore that for now. Hey, Laugh. Yeah, CD Projekt RMRF. Are you telling me to? Is that your advice for the game? Is that what you're telling me to do? That's kind of a mean thing to say, Laugh. Yeah? That's pretty mean, man. That hurts my feelings. I don't know why you would. Like, I'm out here trying to do a solid for the entire programming community. I'm trying to show that, like, you know, we can do better and stuff. I'm taking one for the team. I put myself out there. Laugh says my bash commands don't care about your feelings. It's true. On that note, I think it's time. I think it's time we just put this to bed. And let's just take it out back behind the shed and just end the misery. Okay? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the game I'm making. No one gives a crap. Just end it. End it all. Tack. Almost a year? Yeah, 7 months, Tack. 7 months, man. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for the sub at tier 1 on the Twitch side for 7 whole months. All the other platforms are lazy. You're all lazy. Everyone on X and YouTube, and you're all lazy. You're all a bunch of lazy bums. Yeah, I'm making a game, Tack. Yeah, that's right, Tack. I'm making a game. And yes, I do abuse Unix. Okay, you got a problem with that, Battle? What are you going to do about it, Battle? I'll abuse Unix all I want, all right? I'm building normal maps. Yeah. Alex on X. Did someone say lazy? Yeah, I said lazy. Yeah. Yeah, you're lazy, Alex. Okay. On the Twitch side, everyone's throwing me subs, sending me money and support. I get nothing on it on all the other platforms because they're all lazy over there. More like a game engine. No, I'm actually building a game. Look, we're at the engine part's over. Except maybe like one thing. You're subbed here. So Alex comes on to the Twitch side. So let me get this straight, Alex. Did you essentially like honeypot me? Like, did you do like a form of honeypot? You were on X. You thought that if you just said something on X, you'd get me to call you out, and then once I did, I would set myself up for a rebuttal failure. So then you just jump on the Twitch side ready to go, so you can tell me that can't use the glorious smileys on you. It's true, yeah. Yeah, that's right. You don't get the smileys, the special Twitch smileys on YouTube or X. See, Alex, you think you got me, but you didn't. Because you still haven't... Nobody's thrown me any money on X. So X is still a bunch of lazy bums. Look what you had to do. You're just making my point for me. You had to come over to the Twitch side to tell me you're subbed. Oh, by the way, Alex, I appreciate the sub, man. I do. Twitch emotes are special. Yeah, there. State of web is so bad that unironically I can't watch 99% of streams because of codec issues. You're the only one that my codec doesn't hate. Probably because I have like a low tier streaming setup. It's probably so potato based. My setup's so potato that the codec's like, what is this? This is child's play. We're watching like Blue's Clues on Twitch. It's kids play, right? You're welcome. You're welcome, Tack. Yeah, I think I'll here, let me pause it. I think I'll expand the overworld here a bit, and we'll just add a little bit of like, oh, we'll kind of half-ass it. We'll go half-assed on some of the sailing mechanics. It'll just help to prove some of the concepts, I suppose. So if I'm going to do that, then I sort of need to know what my Atlas is, right? Canadian internet sucks. Canadian internet does suck. Do you know why, Tack? I'll explain why. It's really simple. The reason why Canadian internet sucks. Hey, Pure. Good to see you, Pure. It sucks because the internet lines that go from the ISPs to the houses, they're constantly clogged with maple syrup. We could all be driving around in gold cars like in Dubai, but instead we have clogged maple syrup internet lines. So, but hey, on the flip side, we get to ride mooses to work. When mooses don't roll up in cables, yeah. All right. Lucky. Thanks, Alex. I feel blessed. I feel blessed to live in Canada. I don't. I really don't right now. I pay $10 for 500 down up. That's the minimum. Bro, you don't want to know how much I pay for mine. I'll tell you, it's not $10. It's twice the speed of yours, and it ain't $10. We have cows down here, says Alex on X. Yeah, I mean, but a moose would completely and utterly destroy a cow. Come on, the antlers, right? A cow doesn't stand a chance. In an actual war between you and us, our meese would like completely demolish you. I suppose I could just use some of these trees. I'm trying to think what else I could use in the overworld. I guess some trees. I wish I had some mountains. That's kind of all I need is some trees and some mountains. I don't really have a thing for that, but yeah, I guess I don't really have any mountains here. You know, I'm curious. I do have some stuff I purchased. I don't know if this is gonna work though. No, that didn't work. Let me see if I can open this. Where's my downloads? We have the numbers, Cattle Farms Unite. Good luck. Sure. Convert. I don't know what half these things mean. Oh, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. Do I really not have? I bought a bunch of stuff. A bunch of tiles, thinking like I could use some of these, but I might need to go through the ones I purchased again and see which ones I have. Green Buildings isn't going to do it. I don't know. Does Green Village have anything? Well, I guess it would help. No, that's not going to have anything. Battle on Twitch says that the 3 fundamental virtues of the successful senior dev are hubris, impatience, and sloth, by Larry Wall Pearl, author. Hubris, impatience, and sloth. Mostly hubris. Right? Mostly hubris. Um, yeah, holy crap, I forgot I purchased all these. Let's see if we can find one that has like some kind of overworld stuff I can use. As a matter of fact, hubris is probably the biggest determinator of developer success. I don't know if this will have it. I doubt it. Green buildings probably won't have it. Grassland, Pixel Kingdom, I don't know. Hubris is optimism. Yeah, how long do you think this project will take you, bro? Like 2 weeks. Max. Instantly times 3. How confident are you it'll only take 2 weeks? Highly confident. Instantly times 6. Sure, I'll download this. And maybe this. Sloth is efficiency. You're nailing it. It's true. You're right. Truer words ne'er have been spoken. Grasslands? Yeah, let's see. I will extract here. And what was the last one? Beach, ocean, and shore. So where is that? Where the heck did you go? Oh, here you are. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, it's palette. All 64. Yeah, let's do this. Let's open this guy up. Let's see what this is made of. I don't know if I like this. And impatience is motivation. You know, isn't there another? There's another. It reminds me of another commonly used, I guess, quote. I don't remember where it's from. Maybe it's from Microsoft. Maybe it was Bill Gates. Something along the lines of the laziest developers are the best developers. Something like that. Man, I don't really like this. There's no like just simple mountain. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Yeah, it's like the lazy developers are the best developers because they'll find a way to get it done quickly and easily. And I sort of don't. I agree, but I don't like that I agree. Does that make sense? I'm not happy with the idea that I agree with that because I don't think that's the way it should be. Okay, what about this? Damn it, I'm gonna have to make my own little mountain. I guess I am. None of these work. Sort of tongue-in-cheek, but not completely. Yeah, I suppose there's like it's like a troll way to say what's intended, and the intent is if you can find a programmer who doesn't want to do everything the hard way, who can reasonably like come up with shorter paths to get to the same goal, they're going to tend to find solutions that are like, I don't know, different maybe. If you think about it from like a charitable stance, like what if Bill Gates was saying something in a trollish kind of way? Programmers who find shortcuts to do the same thing without much compromise to anything else, that's an art form. So I can kind of see the point, right? But then it's funnier when you say it the way he said it. Lazy programmers make the best programmers, right? It's gets you riled up a little bit maybe, and maybe he was trolling before trolling was a thing. Could be. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make my own mountain thing here, and I mean, I'm sorry, but you're all about to experience some very, very terrible artwork. But I need to do something. I need to get a little mountain here. I suppose I could take one of these and just like, I mean, this rock thing ain't too bad. If I just change the colors a bit, this could work. I could work with this. This is from back in the days of expensive memory, so state-of-the-art tech at the time enforced a baseline of competence and craft. Yeah, okay, Battle, yeah. I know what you mean. Hey, my tech on YouTube. How you doing, man? Good to see you. How big are my tiles? They're 64 by 64. Yeah, laugh. They're 64 by 64, yeah. Battle, sort of personal question. Sure, Battle. Hope you're doing well, my tech. Good to see you. All right. Laugh on Twitch is going to draw me a mountain. Okay, thanks. Laugh. Because literally all I'm going to do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do my version of a mountain, and then we'll see what Laugh comes up with at the same time. It should be fun. Actually, I probably shouldn't put the mountain here. I probably should put it like here. So all I'm going to do, let's see, can I find, I just need like, like a dark, kind of like a darker brown. And then a pen. Why is it so? Oh, way, no. That size is huge. Let's put it down to like, oh, I see. You can just do that. Okay. And why is it a circle? What the hell is this? Gimp, what are you doing to me? This isn't what I want at all. I want, okay, here we go. I want like, yeah, like that. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, this will work. So all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna fill this in. Oh, you know what? I have a nifty little trick. I think if I just do, yeah, and then Yeah, I can just precise keyboard control with my ultimate hacker keyboard. Precision control. I've already botched it a couple of times, but oh no, what have I done? Where did it go? Yeah, thank you. Okay. So we're literally just going to fill this guy in. It's going to be the stupidest looking mountain. Welcome to my stream. And then we're going to see what Laugh comes up with. And we're going to compare mountains. I think I have a problem. And that problem is that this isn't actually in the right. Okay. Now it's in the right grid coordinate. Here we go. Like that. There we go. Nice cow patty. Thanks. I mean, it's not really brown now that I look at it, right? So why don't I just pick brown like that, and then I magic wand it, and then I bucket fill it. That's better. All right, we have a mountain, boys. We did it. Okay, I'm gonna so terrible. I'm gonna export that guy. I think in order to make this work, I have to compile it so it does the base 64. Okay, and then somewhere here, I want to add a mountain. So before I add the mountain, I suppose what I could do is in the good for fuel resources, right? Yeah. Is that the crap pile from Jurassic Park? I wish it was that good. The crap pile from Jurassic Park makes my stuff look like 2-year-old drawings. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go over to my generate world function in my C code. Just a little bigger. And I'm going to find, oh, it's right here. World globe 1. This is the world that I load when we're sailing around. And I have some layer data that I set in here. It looks like the value is 1, and then I set some blockers. Are these all .ping? Yeah, they're all .ping. I suppose what I need to do is the background layer, which is layer, I believe 1. Let me just pull the value and see. Yeah, there we go. That's the value 1. And it sets it there. So I just need to kind of like expand it, like make it a little bit bigger. So I could do like, what is this? This is 3 and 4 on 3. So I could do 3 and 4 on 2, and then maybe so if I did this, right, and then expanded it, so it'd be like 3, 4, and 5. You know what? Let's go like this. We'll give ourselves a little bit of extra wiggle room here. And then there's the town, which will be 1. Then this will be a mountain. And we'll go over to 5. We'll just put it right next to it, and we'll set the value to 2. Hey, what's up, Laughing Panda? Good to see you. How you doing? So this turd, Laughing Panda, you'll be ashamed of me, but I drew a turd for a mountain because I don't have a mountain sprite, so I'm just making it up. Laughfully is apparently drawing me one right now because I suck at doing the artwork. But we're gonna pop this guy into the overworld. So we'll set the value to 2. So if we see layer 2 value 2, then we know we should use the mountain sprite. And our blocker should be all of these. So I think I can just copy it. Why don't you use the roadways, right? What are you talking about? Oh, these? They're just put into grids. That's all. I'm not actually using these. Like this is just the tile. This isn't in the game, right? They're just sectioned off. If that's what you mean. Okay, let me compile this. Then let me go over to my layer atlas map. And so layer 2, value 2, it's not going to be this. Let's see what happens first of all. Well, first of all, that worked. That's awesome. We just have to change this guy to be a mountain, to be my turd mountain. No, the test one you made, you use it as a border, which you can, I guess, but it's meant to match up with the road tiles I provide you. Oh, yeah, this, okay, it's just a test map. It's Athens, and we all know that anywhere I was born and raised is pretty much a dump. And so who cares what it looks like? I'm just using it as a test ground for different tiles in a port. I mixed and matched. Like it's just a dumping ground for crap. Because that's where I was born. That's all. It's not real. So far, none of the maps I've built are for real. They're just placeholder maps that kind of play around with some of the assets, some of the tiles. Kind of like what we're doing right now. In order to figure out how I want to put them together and the kinds of maps that I want to create. So yeah, there it is, 2. It might be a little bit hard to see it on your screens, but let me go down a bit. And wait. Here we go. Okay. So somewhere along here, there it is. So the offset here, well, what is the offset? I have a way to get the offset. What is it? I need to get the offset. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it either. Current Atlas X. Wait, where? UI menu bar. So how on earth does this work? No, that's not it. Not active layer. Increase. Oh. Oh, we just add the, okay, I got it. So that, okay, so then we can just go like this then. Divided by tile size scaled. So X is 24, that's what it is. And Y is 8. So we can just set the value of this. I'll have to come up with an easier way to grab that value. Okay, let's see what happens now. Do we have a turd? So yeah, all this map stuff here, all these maps, they're all just like, even this little house, I was just testing to see if the assets I made would match up properly. Like if I layered them one over the other, can I step over it? Things like that. So I'm just, Athens is just a dumping ground for crap because that's where I was born. There's a turd. It looks so terrible. Holy crap. That's so oh no. That's so bad. That's the worst mountain ever. But a mountain it shall be. Honestly, this is good enough. Or this is just to show that we can even do mountains. So then my next question would be, can I pop in like one of these trees and just pretend that it's like a forest? So y is 0, x is 32. So we'll call it forest, even though, you know what? I'm just going to call this turd. Let's just call it what it is. And this isn't a forest. This is just a tree. All right. Who am I kidding here? We're going to go 6, and the value 3 is going to be offset in the atlas with 32 and 0. And we'll compile this guy again, and we'll run it, and we'll go out to sea. And there we go. Okay. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like these are going to be too big compared to the ship. It's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel very overworldy to me. I kind of, so if everything's 64, I scale it down to 32. So ultimately these are all scaled down to 32 by 32, but it's 64 in the asset, right? In the atlas, I mean. And man, they look awfully big compared to the ship. And if you imagine a bunch of these, like what would happen? Let's just see what it looks like. Let's do a bunch of trees. Let's just see what happens like this. Yeah, that doesn't look right. And now I'm concerned that the houses look right, actually. In terms of scale, right? Like the houses look not too bad, and they are, but they're scaled down to, it's 64 by 64, so it's this whole thing, but they only take up like just barely the bottom half. I wonder what it looks like if I did one of the bigger ones. If I did, let's go with 9. Huh. Okay, maybe it's not so bad. What's my zoom level? 2.2? What if I set it to just 2? Okay, what if I set it to 1? I don't know. These are looking a little bit off on size. We're gonna have to keep that in mind. Yeah, this is why I was starting with tiles sized buildings before. You're seeing it now. Yeah. It's it's definitely not right. I don't think this is a problem we have to solve right this second. I just needed something as like placeholder, which we have. We have turds, we have trees. It's fine. It can represent mountains and forests, and we can use one of the current assets somewhere here for like rivers. I don't think it's that hard to come up with a stupid little river asset. It's fine. We have plenty. But you're right, Laughing Panda. This is gonna be a problem because the scaling on this looks wrong. The ship doesn't look like I'm gonna zoom in quite a bit now. The ship looks weird compared to the trees, or the other way around, however you want to look at it. Yet when you go to the port, this isn't so bad, right? Like this building compared to the NPC, not so bad. It's fine. It's not like the best, and this is just a test one. I would actually make this proper, make it a bit taller, maybe make the roof a little bit longer, so that when you look at it compared to the NPC, it's at least like somewhat to scale. It looks like the NPC definitely would have to like look up at the building. Um, so in the port, even like the little rocks here, they compared to the NPC, they're fine. Like I could probably run with this type of scale for a long time, and it wouldn't look too terrible. Not the best, but it at least compared to each other, it's fine. But man, when you start sailing, this is bad. So it might be that we have to actually create maybe smaller. Maybe I would say smaller. Well, I guess maybe let's try and prove it. Elder Mage Guild Quest: explore the ancient enigmatic caverns of Mysterious Mount Turd. Yeah, it's lacking uniformity. Yeah, town and city tiles. Right. So it's the overworld. Okay, so I would say that the overworld tiles need to be created more uniform. The port tiles are actually not too bad right now. Even the ones I made, like I made these myself. I ripped off a few other ones and just kind of pieced it together myself. And it's not too bad, right? Compared to the NPC, the building looks okay in terms of size, and this could be considered a small building. This is probably the smallest building I'd create in the game. The other buildings will be a bit bigger. And this looks like, yeah, like, the NPC could walk in here and like fit in here and it would be fine. It's the sailing one. So maybe let's try and prove it for a second. If I go down to my turd and I take my turd and I resized it, which I think it's scale. Let's say that I went like, you know what? Let's just go 32. All right. We're going to do that. And then I'm just going to pop it down like this. Now, what that means is that the top two squares here are going to be empty, and we're going to use the entire square because that is 64 by 64. I slice them up into 32 by 32. Or, sorry, I think 16 by 16. And so 4 of them make 64 by 64. So when I go pull this out in JavaScript land, I'm pulling out all 4 squares here. Only the bottom 2 have the turd. So let's just see what happens in terms of scale and whether it looks better in the overworld. Yeah. Okay. So it could actually even be a bit bigger. That's kind of like a pretty dinky mountain compared to the ship, right? So let's try making it maybe a little bit smaller. Let's go 48 by 48. I'm playing with this now. This ultimately isn't important to us right now. it's really not the end of the world if these assets don't look perfect. They just have to be representative of what will end up going there. We can add polish to them later. So I don't care that it looks like a turd. I just don't want it to look too stupid if I can possibly avoid it. Yeah, see? If you could imagine a nicer piece of artwork to represent a mountain that represented this mountain instead of a turd, but like, you know, something nicer. The scale on this is much better. And you could even say the same thing about the trees if we scaled the trees down a bit. So let me go up to the tree. And what I'll do is I'll just copy this for now and put it right next. And then I'll scale it. And I'll do the same thing. I'll go down to 48. And I'll put it kind of... Sure. And we'll export it. And then I will rebuild. And then I will have to go over here. Layer 2. What is tree? Tree value is 3? Yeah, I want it to be 25 and 8. No, 25, Sparrow. 25, not 35. Let me zoom out so it's proper. Yeah, that looks better already. There's open space, right? It looks a bit too... It looks a little bit too open. You could maybe just add a few more like trees. You know, if you tiled them properly with proper artwork, you could fill in this space and make it look nice. So that's fine. And now the towns look bigger than everything else around them, but the sizes are better. So that we just have to remember that. I'm confident we can create a much more aesthetic and convincing mountain turd. I don't think we've gone full turd yet, Battle. I think you're right. We're not at full turd. Okay, I got bored. Done though. Gonna export it. Okay, thanks, Laughfully. Not Laughing Panda. I appreciate it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll compare. Compare turds. So actually this is fine, because what should happen is if I do artwork that starts at 64 by 64, I can always scale down and make it match, make it like more uniform to the use case. So even though I have a tree that originally, like up here, is 64 and uses up a decent portion of the tile, I can always scale it down to something smaller in my assets and use that. So it's fine. It's honestly, for right now, it's fine. Yeah, my tech, good enough. That's right. It's good enough. It all we really need here, we don't need the polish yet. Although, you know, it's nice to add the polish and we will get there. What I'm really focused on is just having like a world map that kind of represents what you'd actually see in the game. Yeah, we can put polish on it later, but it's just something to keep in mind that size will comparative sizes are gonna matter. So when you have things that look bigger than other things, sometimes it doesn't matter, but sometimes it really, really does. Now, I think what I can do is I can start using the tiles over here. Yes, I can start using the tiles over here. These are overworld tiles that Laughing Panda created for me, and they look really nice. I really like them. So I can start using these, and I can start putting in a little bit of kind of like rounded features. So as an example, if I just wanted to put in kind of the bottom edge, let me just see if I can find it here. Where's the bottom edge? Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, over here, right at the end. So the y coordinate will be 0, and our x coordinate will be whatever the x coordinate is. We're going to figure it out right now. $46. So what I'll do, this is the tree. We want it here. We're going to go 4, and the value will be 2. And we're going to go over to our layer 1, and it's going to be, I think 46 was the right thing, and the value is 2. We're going to compile, and we're going to see if we get a bit of a bottom edge. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Sent on Discord. Thanks, Laughly. Looking forward to playing Turd Quest beta. Gonna go grab some food, enjoy the mountain. Thanks, Laughly. Yeah, that looks way better. The ship needs to be turned around so that it's well, I guess this is fine. I guess it's fine for it to kind of like overlap a little bit on the land. I don't know. That's polish, right? Like the way that the ship looks and the way that like the way it butts up against the land here. I don't know how I feel about how that looks, but I would say that's polish. It's good enough for now, and it looks not terrible. Okay, let's go see what Laughly's mountain is all about. Holy crap. That's one hell of a mountain. Did it even add it anywhere? No. Here. Where? Where did it go? Hang on, I gotta import this correctly. Oh, there it is. Yes. And then open it and then drop it in here. If I can. Which I can't. Why can't I do it? What's going on? Let me try this again. Windows is being really annoying right now. Okay, I have that. Yeah, I downloaded it. Yeah, Windows is telling me I downloaded it. So where on earth are you? You're not here. You're not. You're not. You, bro. Windows is gaslighting me. I'm literally being gaslit right now. How about I just do crap, crap. I go like that, and then nope, I can't do that. Can I do this then? Okay, sure, that worked. How on earth that? I don't know. Windows is being really weird. Where'd you go? He went right here, and let's just pull this in. Okay, look at that mountain. Look at that. It only took me 6 years, but look at this mountain. That's a pretty awesome mountain. So we're gonna compare it to my turd mountain. I'm gonna put it in. Yeah, I'll put it in right there. That's a pretty good mountain. Okay. And in order to make the mountain work, I'm gonna have to go, I guess, 26. No, yeah, 26. That's right. Wait, is that right? 24 is turd. Where the hell is my turd? It's 2. Yeah, this is it. Okay, let's recompile. Okay, let's see what this mountain looks like. Okay, now I got to be honest, that mountain is actually not as bad in terms of size disparity with the other stupid mountain I made. So maybe the size isn't actually a big deal. Maybe 64 by 64 on everything is actually okay. Maybe it matters that you don't create shitty art. Maybe it matters that you can draw better than a 2-year-old. Because this is actually not too bad. This is full 64. This is actually bigger than the previous, like the first mountain attempt that looked terrible and was also 64 by 64. It takes up almost the whole. Yeah, like it takes up. Yeah, it's like 2 pixels off in terms of height and almost width. And it looks pretty good compared to the ship in terms of size, right? Um, like maybe the color palette doesn't match the land, you know, and the ocean and stuff. Like it might be just a little bit off, but it looks much better, and therefore the size disparity is not so bad. So I think it's just I think it honestly comes down to the quality of the artwork. You can tweak that with hue adjust though. True, I could. Um I can't remember how to do that on GIMP. I think it's here. Hue chroma, hue saturation. I also can't remember if this is going to do it for the whole image or not. Is it hue saturation? Perfect. It does it only for what I've selected. That's great. So yeah, you could even I'm not sure what would actually look better. Anyways, I think maybe I'll just leave this up to the art experts. Laughably and Laughing Panda, it can kind of help me out when the time comes to put polish on it. But this would work. Even the saturation. I mean, I could spend all day just fiddling around with this. Like, look at that. That would be. Anyway, thanks, Laugh. I appreciate it. That mountain looks way better than anything I could have come up with. So, yeah. I'll let him know when you need him to polish the turd. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is good. So what I'll do is I'll leave this one as default because I think it's more than sufficient. This was better than I expected it to be. I literally spent 5 minutes making it. Bro, I couldn't do this in 5 minutes. I'd have done like maybe like one like this this would be me in 5 minutes. Maybe just this portion right there. That's about it in 5 minutes. I can't. I can't. A Battle Gnome, you're not being very helpful. You're not being very helpful. Okay, get your head in the game. But this looks way better, and it actually demonstrates that the quality of the art matters a lot because the scaling is off and yet it still looks good. When you have crappy art and the scaling is off, it's very pronounced. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so we'll put polish on it, but we don't need to do that right now. This is perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be better than this. I just need to start building out a little bit of a world that we can sail around and pop into a few different ports, which means I have to create a few ports. And then what I could do is have one of the captains like in the C code. I have a bunch of captains. Where is it? I've got goods, I've got cannons, I've got figureheads, I've got ships. Here, I've got a whole bunch of captains here. So these are global captains. Captains can be one of two things. Captains can essentially manage their own fleet. So you can have like Blackbeard or Davy Jones, or like I've made Laughably a captain. Laughing Panda is going to be a captain. Actually, I have a special place for Laughing Panda, and I'm going to end up having a special place for Laughably because those guys are good buds. But for now, Laughably is a captain. So these guys have their own fleets. Their own fleets meaning that they have their own ships, and they move around the world with their own fleet. So it would be nice to see them floating around. It's going to get complicated because sometimes they're going to be in a port and sometimes they're going to be going somewhere with a purpose. But for now, I could take one of these captains and I could just have them float around here with me. Do some random movement or something and just have them float around. Yeah, I think I should do that as I build out a bit more of the world. The other thing that I will end up having to do is in here, this could be Yeah, instead of setting all these values one by one, I can make this a bit smarter. So I could go like not far. If I did for U32, x is equal to, let's say, 3, I suppose, and then as long as it's less than 7, and then you would do x, right? And so, yeah. And we can just test this, right? So the logic behind setting layer values in the overworld, or even just in this world too, I've done this before in the port. Yeah, it all works. So that's another thing I can be doing. I can make this a little bit smarter. There's a lot of repetitive stuff. Might as well do it for this too. This is going to be y is 4, but value is 2. So, that's a bit better. So I can do stuff like this here. I don't need to do it right now, but I'm just saying that that's something I can do to make this a bit cleaner. So that's fine. And hang on, battle. I love the nostalgic 90s 8-bit vibe of the mountain. It's actually a pretty nice mountain. Yeah. Laughley did a good job on it. Windows antivirus deleted my download. Yeah, apparently. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Windows did something really weird, my tech. Very strange. Okay, so that's good. The question now is how I'm going to get the NPC floating around on here. I'm going to need to put in a world NPC. Okay, I'm going to have to pop in one of these guys. Like I do for the player, except I update the captain ID to be some other captain that I already have. So I could just grab a captain. I think I have a find operation where I can go like find a captain by name ID, and then I can find one of the captains. So maybe I can just pop in like Nacor or something in here. And then on every tick, this part's going to get a little bit tricky. On every tick of, like on every frame of the game, I would have to run a tick operation on that NPC and do a random move. And I'm going to have to do that on the WASM side, I think. Yeah. I want the WebAssembly. I want the C code to manage the random movement of the captain. I don't want to do that on JavaScript. Especially because I'm going to implement a portion of the gameplay where there's a very intentional set of movements that a captain will take with his fleet in the overworld based on things that the captain needs to be doing. So I have to create the world NPC. I have to tap into the tick operation and update movement of that NPC randomly. I have a random number generator, but what I don't have is a way to determine which NPCs need to be randomly moved, if at all, in my tick operation. Which means I need a way to, like, I have to identify that on tick the NPC needs to randomly move, right? I need a way to do that, because right now that there is no way for, I don't have an identifier or any way really to determine that an NPC needs to move randomly. I just run the tick operation, and the tick operation is really, really simple. there's not a heck of a lot going on. So right here, I mean, that's it. It's how many lines of code right now? It's 47 lines, and most of it is empty. The sailing one does move. That is what controls the movement of the player when they pick a direction. So I guess what I should do. Okay, I think I got it. What I can do is, if I'm in sailing mode, I can assume that any NPC that currently exists in the world is and only will be a ship. Maybe down the road we could have like a kraken or like some mermaids come up and like call your sailors off like to jump off the ship, which it was in the original game too. Sometimes you just ran across a bunch of sea maidens and they would do their like calls and all that, and then you'd lose a bunch of your crew because they were like thinking with their downstairs instead of their upstairs. They just heard hot chicks and jumped off the bridge of the ship. And so you lose your crew. So like anything that exists in sailing mode must randomly move. I can start there. And then what I can do down the road is I can go over all the NPCs, and if they are of a special type that does not do random movement, maybe it's like it's a set. Like the NPC has to be at this coordinate in this world, I can just flag it as like a special thing and skip it. Okay, I think that's what I'll do. It's going to do the whole image. Select the square first. My tech, you might be a bit behind. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I feel like my tech on YouTube is behind on the stream. It's because you're on YouTube though. That's why. YouTube sucks. We all know it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop on some music in the background, and then I'm going to see if I can whip this out. Just put it on the table for everyone to see. Be shocked and amazed. We'll go into let's see, what should I put on? Something that won't get me copyrighted. I'll just do this. What's up, Justin on YouTube? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Justin. Yeah, I'm gonna turn up this music a little bit. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Okay, first of all, max world NPCs. We're gonna go storage world NPC I, except if I is equal to the world NPC ID. The reason why is this would be the player, which we're already dealing with, so we skip it. Now, if it's not the player, then we want to do a random movement. So let me go over here and we'll go, maybe it's get random. Yeah, here it is, get random number. Okay, so I'm going to want to copy this over here so we have reference to it. Our storage of world NPCs. I think what I should do is if the ID is the Sentinel value. We'll continue. What's up, Big Chungus? How's it going, man? Yo, Matisse raiding with the party of 14. What's up, folks? What's up, Matisse? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for the raid, brother. Give you a shout out there, man. Hey, give me a shout out right back. Yo, I hope you had a good stream, Matisse, man. Doing well. Made too many game things today. There's never such a thing as too many game things, man. Never such a thing. Okay, folks. I'll do a quick overview. Matisse, glad you had a good stream, man. I'm building a game. Okay, and the reason why is because I think tech sucks. So for anybody on Matisse's side who's new and doesn't know what we're up to here, I complain a lot about the state of software and how poor software is and video games are and how poorly they're made and how programmers have kind of lost their way and they just deal with abstractions on abstractions. They don't know how to do anything anymore. So sometimes I go over like scientific data to prove that point, discuss things like why TypeScript is worse than vanilla JS, and in terms of actual scientific data, yes, I have done that. But today I'm working on the video game. TLDR, TypeScript sucks. Oh, yes, TypeScript sucks, and I have proven it. But usually I work on the video game, like you're seeing on screen here. So let me just move around for you a little bit. We're building out an overworld. So hands off, I just pick a direction and the thing sails for me. So you're sailing a fleet of ships around that you've built. You can jump into a port and then you can walk around and you can talk to people and buy stuff and trade. There's like a mini trade system and, you know, all that good stuff. So we're building out the game. I'm building it in Vanilla C, which I have here. It's a single file header only library. And then I compile it to WebAssembly and then I run it on the browser using vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, and vanilla HTML. No Canvas, no WebGPU, no WebGL, nothing like that. No hardware acceleration of any kind, just CPU bound on the DOM. And it runs pretty blinking fast. As a matter of fact, we even have 3D in CSS, in vanilla CSS. And I just want you to pay attention to this building. Look at that building. I even have it so that it pops up correctly, so that it's like, it's CSS. All CSS, man. Blazingly fast. And then I can go sail in 3D, I believe. Yeah, I sure can. I have to fix the 3D mode on the land, but yeah. So that's what we're working on. It's all vanilla stuff. I'm a high school dropout, so I'm just trying to prove that a lot of these things are not as complicated as they are made out to be. You do not need basically any abstraction. You don't need to have any build toolchain. You don't need to have Vite. You don't need to have type safety or memory safety or things like that. What you really need to do is just give a crap about your code. That's really what it is. You just need to care. Just enough. You don't have to be some kind of like, you know, autist wizard. You just have to care enough to put a bit more effort than we seem to be willing to put currently. And that's what I'm doing. I'm taking it to the extreme. I've handcuffed myself in a lot of different ways on purpose and stuck to the principles of the game. And so right now, as you guys are writing in, I'm adding some NPCs to the overworld here where we're sailing around. I want to add in an NPC that is another captain. And they have their own fleet of ships represented by a single ship in the overworld. And I just want to have them randomly moving around. That's what I'm trying to put in here. So that's what we're working on. Sometimes I care too much. It's my cross to bear. Yes, I know. I also do care too much, and it's a burden. It's a blessing and a curse. So anyway, yeah. So thanks, Matisse. Thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. Glad you had a good stream, bud. Okay, so I'm gonna hone in on this for a few minutes here. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit more, and then I'm just gonna see if I can get this thing. We'll see. As I do it. Lightspeed, how the F to C compile the CSS. Lightspeed, it doesn't. So you have to think of here. Let me turn down the music a little more. I'll try and explain it a little bit better. Think of C and WebAssembly. C is the code that like it manages the game state, right? So you can see something simple here. On every tick, it moves a player up, down, left, or right, and it does it on every tick. That's how I get the auto sailing working. So right now, hands off, nothing's happening because I'm pointed up. I'm going to push the button to point the ship down, even though I don't have the art asset pointing that way. But watch what happens when I hit down. Okay, hands off now. So that runs every tick. That's the C code. It on every tick. Let me go up again. It will execute whatever's in this tick function, right? That's C. So think of C as like a server in the web space. It's a backend server, and it handles state. And JavaScript HTML DOM, all it does is it uses the C code through WebAssembly. You just had to say WASM, makes a little sense. There you go. Yeah. So in WebAssembly, you're just calling on C code and reading into a flat, basically, set of data. So when you're able to access the game state in WebAssembly, which is just C under the hood, then you can do other things on top of that. You can choose how you render the game. So you can take this C code, which I'm going to do hopefully later this year, and I'm going to take the exact same C code, this single file header library, and I'm going to port it to Odin and create a desktop version of the game. I'm going to use a 3D engine from an awesome dude named Travis Roman. He's built an engine called Kohi, and it's a 3D engine. And I'm just going to literally just pop in the same header file in C and render a 3D version of it. Because at the end of the day, all this C code is just a game state manager. It's just a server. So the WASM browser stuff is just a way to render the game state. So hopefully that makes sense. Grandmaster Travis, High Wizard of the Sea. That's right. Yeah, Travis is going to get a special spot in the game too. So all this rendering with a CSS 3D and stuff, that's just a rendering thing. And all I do is I ask WASM like, hey, what's at coordinate X, Y, or Z? And WebAssembly tells me, and that's all C code. And then that's it, right? But it's all vanilla. So it's vanilla CSS, it's vanilla JavaScript, and it's just HTML. DOM, in other words. There's no GPU acceleration here. Okay, I'm gonna ignore chat for a few minutes. All right. Okay, I'm already skipping the world NPC in the ocean that is the current player. But once I get a world NPC that has values, that means that I have an active world NPC, right? Right. Otherwise, I would be skipping it. If ID is Sentry, that's Sentinel value, that means it's an empty world NPC, so I skip it. I suppose what I could do is I could really drill down into this, and I could go, if I create a world NPC and I name it and I make it a particular captain, I suppose I could just check by captain ID. If captain ID is not sentinel value, then I could do a random movement. Yeah, why don't I do that? If they're a captain, then they're most likely a ship, which means that they should get a random movement. All right, so let's create a new NPC then. So I'm going to go NPC ID, find storage NPC by name ID. Let's make it Nacor. And we're going to pull an empty slot out of the world NPC storage. Then we're going to start. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to essentially just copy this whole section. Nacor, captain. Okay. Now the captain ID, I believe I can go find storage captain by name ID, and it's going to be the exact same thing. It's going to be Nacor. The position can be at 0 and 0. It would start Nacor up here. But I think I also start up there. That could be a problem. So why don't I pop Nacor down to, let's say, 0 and 5. And they're a captain. They're not a player. Okay, we map the world NPC to the captain ID, so I guess we have to do this. Yep, world NPCs. Okay. So that should create a world NPC in the world. Then here we're going to do a random number, and the random number is going to be, we're going to call it direction. And we're gonna go between like maybe 0 and 5, and then we'll do something like yeah, and we'll go move world NPC down. Now world NPC, what is the ID that I have to pass? Let me just check. World NPC ID. Okay, so it's literally that ID. So that's fine. We'll go like this. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and what we'll do is we'll say 1. Okay, 2 will be, I don't know, just whatever. And then I think we just say default, I believe, and it's just nothing. So we'll just put out like not moving. This is gonna crank up the console log, but whatever. Okay. And then that's pretty much it. Now, what I could do is I could check for something like if storage world NPC captain ID is equal to sentry. I could also just skip it, which maybe I just want to do that right now. So that way I know that if they're not a captain, then I don't want to be randomly moving them, right? So this could be a way to just make sure that if I add other NPCs, other types of NPCs in the future, that they're not going to get auto moved unless I really want them to. I'm going to compile that. It's going to give me an error because of course it would. 3483. Oh yeah, it's I'm not referencing it correctly. Okay, there we go. So that compiles. Oh, wrong place. Now if I pop this up and start sailing, what's going to happen is it's going to give me a bunch of errors because I don't have an asset tied to the... Yeah, there we go. Couldn't place the NPC. However, if I do this and set NPC Nacor to be the ship. Nope. Hello, pause. Thank you. So what's the problem? NPC name is not there. Okay. Have I missed something? NPC layer. So there is no NPC name, but is there an NPC value? Because I could do that. Yeah, the value is 1. Okay, maybe I just do that. So what if I just went, instead of Nacor, what if I just went like this? There we go. Okay. And yeah, so I'm just going to let the ship auto move here. Yeah, it's moving. There we go. And so Nacor over here is randomly moving around. Where's that music come from? I made the music. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so just randomly, Nacor, the captain, is moving around. So that's good. It means that we got that part working. That was actually not too bad. Okay, so I'll just turn on the music a bit because I actually got that done a lot faster than I thought I would. Because, I mean, who am I kidding? I'm a Giga Chad programmer. So now if I... Yeah, and the blocking works. Like, I can't... That's kind of weird that it put me in the port. But anyways, the fact that I can't, like, go over top. Yeah, see, he blocks me. That might get annoying, because then you could literally create a blockade in the game. I don't know how I feel about that. I believe in the original Super Nintendo game, you could step over each other. But I also don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. So now I'm curious, if I hang out over here, will Nacor show up? There he is. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I do not render Nacor because he's out of my viewport, which means there is no rendering happening on the DOM. That's perfect. He only gets rendered when he is within the viewport bounds. And the viewport bounds are offset, I believe, by 1. Yeah, because I have only moved 1 space over. And yeah, there he is, just bumming around. So I could technically add as many captain fleets as I want in the overworld here. So I want to get rid of this console log because it's really annoying. Now, I suppose I could do the same thing for the NPCs in this world, like in the port, I mean. But I actually don't know if I want them moving around randomly. I think that'd be kind of annoying right now. I kind of want them to have a predetermined set of areas that they walk around in so that you can generally count on them following the same, almost the same path. So I'm probably not going to do random movement on here. I think just the fact that we got random movement working here on the sailing portion, whoops, is it's perfect. We don't need anything else. And if we ever want to add random movement to the NPCs, we can do that. Yeah, look at Nacor go. Yeah. Okay, that's very cool. That went by a lot easier than I thought it would. Okay, so then why don't we build out the... We can do two things then. We can build out the overworld map a little bit more and just come up with like a fake globe, like a fake Earth to travel. It'll just be one map size until we nail down some of the mechanics. For example, I would like to be able to initiate a battle with Nakor and absolutely demolish him. So I would need to come up with... I think what I want to do is I want to have a button on your keyboard or gamepad or whatever, and it pops up like a menu system. Sort of like... I don't know if this is going to show it. No, it doesn't really show it. There's a little bit of a menu system when you're sailing around in the original game. Yeah, it's not here, is it? But it essentially pops up an icon that's like a button, and then it just expands into a few other buttons. And you can do things like anchor, so you could like just set anchor wherever you are. Or you can use your telescope to like check out a fleet that you can see. And then initiate a battle. Man, I wish they were showed one of the... How about if I just do menu? Will it show it then? Nah. That sucks. Oh, I heard Twitch do something. Thanks for the follow, Lightspeed. Appreciate it. That's real nice of you, man. I appreciate the support. Yeah, you know what? Just as a brief aside, since we were talking about the scale, you can see the scale of the ship versus the scale of the port and the mountains and the trees, right? You can see the scale. And so when you're looking at the game here, the scale matters. So does quality art, mind you. Quality art also matters. But it is important, right? So when we get to the point where we need to polish the artwork, which God help me, because I have no idea how I'm going to polish the artwork, aside from begging people to help me, you know, it's going to matter. Like these little polish items are going to matter to make the game look nice. But anyways, that's not what I came here for. I just want to see if they showed that damn menu item. I mean, this is close, but this isn't it. Yeah, I don't think they show it. That sucks. I might have to find it on video or something and take a screenshot. But it essentially pops up a little square icon. And it lets you do battle commands or sorry, sailing commands while you're out here in the ocean. So why don't we build out a little bit more of the map right now? How big is this map size? I don't even remember. Let's go have a look. Where would I find it? World Globe 1? Oh, max. It's maxed out. So it's probably, what, 100 by 100? Yep, 100 by 100. That's actually a really big map. That's huge, to be honest with you. Okay, that's fine. We'll make use of it. So let me go back to generate world. And in here, World Globe 1. I could extend this out a lot farther. right? So I could extend it out to the right a lot farther. Or what I could do is maybe just loop it down right now and maybe fill out some of the edges and then keep going, I guess, southeast. Yeah, why don't we do that? So in order to determine that, what I can do is I will pull the value from here and then I'll set it. And we'll just kind of fake it out how I want it to look, right? Because I have this cool little editor thing that I can do that with. So we could kind of go like this and then just start going that way. You know, maybe just doing that repeatedly. We'll put like a corner piece here and edge it all out. We'll do some hard edging. We're gonna do some good edges. Let me see how far I could go this way. Yeah, okay. Okay, and we can put a few ports along the way, and then we can just create some ports and some different buildings and stuff and just start filling out the world. Just make it a little bit more alive. Okay, so if we're going to do that, then what I can do is just be a little bit smart about the way that I fill in this data. So I can go from 3 to 9. Then I'm going to go, actually this stays the same. What needs to happen is at 4 and 7, I need to set a special value. This will be top right corner. Layer ID, and it's going to be, what was it again? 7 and 4. We'll give it a special value. We could say something like, well, maybe let's just give it 3 and see what happens. Okay, so we updated those to 9. That's fine. We don't need to update layer 2. Our block can... It can copy this. Because it's going to be exactly the same. All the green spots need to be blocked off. So any green spots we create need to be blocked. We can start going down from 8 and 4 to 8 and 10. And then 9 and 4 and 9 and 10. Actually, it should be Y. Y would be 4, and then, yeah, that's right. So we'll do Y, and then 8. Eight and 9. Okay. We did our job right. Here, actually. I want to try and keep these somewhat together. We'll compile it, run it, and we'll see what this looks like. Sweet. Pretty damn close. So with 3, here, I want to figure out which coordinate. We want top right, so... Where are you? Here you are. Okay. So y is 1 and x is 16. So 16 and 1, and then we go over here. And if the value is 3, there it is. Okay, that's coming together. And then y is 1, 3 and 1. We're going to put the left side over here. So we want 2. So x is 2 and y is from 2 to 4. Left edge. Two. Value is 4. Okay, do some more building for a little bit. Let's compile it. Oof. That's not right. Close. Oh. Yeah, it's better. I probably did one too many, didn't I? I think it's just 3. Close, yeah, that's it. So I just need to find the little corner piece here and then the corner piece up top and from there. So I want to take off this stupid yep, okay. Let's find some corners. We could do that. Y is 1, X is 7. That would be top edge. So we can do that. If we're going to do top edge, then we have to go from X3, Y2 to about 8 or 9. So same thing as here. Actually, it's 1. X3, Y1, 2, 7. Okay. And the value will be 5. Yeah. Okay, and then we just need to find, say, the right edge, and then we can just start kind of filling in the edges, and I can deal with the corners later. I want it flipped around. There it is. So y is 0, x is 41. We'll say right edge. We'll give it value 6. And right edge needs to be 10. X is 10, not 8. And the value we give it was 6. Yep, perfect. Pretty good. This looks a little bit weird, but if the direction of the ship was correct, it actually wouldn't cross over into the edge of the land very much. Like this. These aren't blocked. Yeah, looks good. Okay. So we can add another port in here, but we have to create a port, and then we have to start filling it up. What kind of port should we create? Where are my ports? Where'd you go? Okay, here we go. So we need to create a new port. And maybe we could create one. That's one chunky file. Yeah, it's one single file. It's a single file header library. So everything you need is in this one file. And I did it in part because it was a challenge, because a lot of people say that you need to separate out your files. Like you have to break up all these things into different files and have like 100 different files to represent little tiny portions of everything you're doing, and then you have to then put them together at the end. And there was a little bit of a debate online whether you actually needed that or not. And so I thought, well, how far could I get away with just having one file? It's actually not that bad. And it works really well. It honestly does. You can do quite a bit with just one file with a bunch of stuff in here. This reached like maybe say over 10,000 lines. I might start questioning things, and I think we're going to get there. But so far, having everything in one file, it has not been a problem. It's mostly just being disciplined with how you use the file. What port do I want to create? Let's pick something. Okay, I got it. I know what port I'm creating. Merca. Okay, so we've got Merca. And case world Merca. So we'll do exactly the same kind of thing that we were doing before. And maybe let me just copy Dingus Land. Yeah, because that's a much simpler world to start with. Okay. Duplicate stuff, don't I do. Okay, that's fine. Okay, world Merca. So we just have a bunch of empty layers and whatnot, so we can start filling out the world. In order to get to Merca, though, when you're sailing around, you need to put Merca down somewhere, right? Like, it has to exist somewhere. So we have to go back to the globe and set an entity. And the entities are invisible. They don't actually like get rendered or exist as anything unless I specifically set them to. But in here, we have to create port Merca. Load port Merca. And the position that I want to give it, let's bring it somewhere down here. So let's say like 8 and 5. Okay, and then it's going to freak out about some of the enumerations that I don't have. Load port Merca. Okay, let me make sure that I don't have Port Athens called anywhere. Well, I'm here already, might as well just do this. If it's load port Athens, then we load Athens. If it's load port Merca, then we load Merca. Anything else? Nope, looks like that's it. All right. Now, where is my player NPC? Where are you? Let me just set the player in here. Here you are. We're gonna go back to Merca. And we'll copy this. So this is the player NPC, set them at 0, 0, and hope that this works. I'm gonna have to update the Atlas map. It's gonna have to be world Merca. Player 1. And where... Okay, why don't I just do this? Yeah, because it works in Athens, so why don't I just copy it? Okay, so that's Merca. There should be nothing else I need to do. I do not have world Merca, do I? Of course I don't. Let's see what happens now. Redefinition of entity. Yes, it would be a redefinition of entity. Thank you, compiler. Okay. When I go and set sail, I don't actually see Murica, probably because I don't have the asset tied to the value. Okay, so did try to load it, but okay, got it. So let's set the value. We're gonna go layer 2, the entity 4 and 3. Hang on, how am I determining? The ID offsets here. Okay, so we've got player as 0, got Nacor as 1, we've got this entity as 2, and we've got this entity as 3, but oh, I see. I have the entity, but I also need to set the layer value. That's what's missing. Okay, got it. 4 and 3, where are you? Here. We're gonna go town America. And 8 and 5. Okay, so that loads. That's good. And we'll have to do the background layer on Murica, which is right here. And let's see what happens. Wait. Oh, I have to set it. Honestly, kind of annoying. I might fix that later because I have to set all the worlds with their. Get out of my way, Nacor. Stop blocking me. Okay, let's see what happens here. Cannot read. No, let me pause. Cannot read properties of undefined reading background layer. Maybe it's a string issue. I probably don't have the strings mapped properly. Let me go look at my strings. Yep, that's right. So, world, America. Gonna save mother effing day, yeah. Okay, let's try this. Yeah. Okay, the game mode didn't change, but we changed worlds. Honestly, that's fine. Cool. Okay. I guess I should always change the game mode here. Current game mode is equal to import. It should always be this. I might as well except for this, right? Dingusland is not import. Globe is not import. This is import. sit here and wait for it to happen. There we go. There we go. Okay, sweet. So we can fill up the port. I have to get the stupid OCaml guy, right? But that's working. Okay, that's great. So we can sail around onto different ports. We can add some stuff to the ports to make it a little bit more lively, but that is working. So if I wanted to now, I can sort of copy whatever Athens is doing and set some of the values from Athens into the new port, into Murica. Murica can culturally appropriate Athens. Damn it. Damn Muricans. Yeah. Like, I wonder what happens if I just copy this. And now I'm going to start getting to the point where I need to consider creating functions for common what would you call them? Like sets of tiles, like sets of tile sets where they clearly belong together to form like a particular structure or something like that. Which is something we've talked about before, but it's going to start rearing its ugly head now. So that I don't have to manually create the values and the coordinates every time. I can just do something like a building, it has X rows and columns, and in each one is a particular value. And then I just tell the C code to put it like the center point or the top left corner is at this coordinate, and it just automatically fills in the rest for me, so I don't have to copy it all the time. It just keeps it consistent. But let's just see how far we get with this. We will culturally colonize Athens and hang a pride flag over our embassy in Athens. Don't get me started, battle. Damn Merkins. Yeah, okay. So that's great. It's a whole new world. Yeah. So we can just fill up the land here, like this port, with like just whatever we want. And so now we can start doing that everywhere in the overworld. We could just create some ports of different kinds and just kind of play around with sailing mechanics, captains going from port to port, doing whatever they want to do. Yeah, I have to get the blocker working. The blocking isn't working here, but it's looking not bad. Like, functionally. The look is a little awkward. It's in its teenager phase, but functionally, there's a lot more going on here than I thought. The other thing that I need to think of is this is my start menu. And I need to kind of flesh out the start menu a bit. Yeah, this doesn't look that great. I have a whole bunch of icons. If I go and open up, let's say, where's my downloads? Icons. I already have those icons. Armor. Oh, maybe I don't have. I have to go find the icons, I guess. Yeah, I have a whole. Yeah, see, I have a whole bunch of icons. I forgot I have this seabed stuff. That's. Man, I forgot how many of these I got. I got these like years ago. So yeah, I could pull in a few of these icons and kind of flesh out the start menu here. So what I'd like to do is show the fleet of ships, have a little bit of a menu system where you can manage the fleet. But during the sailing operation, I want to push one of the, I don't know what button, one of the buttons, and it'll pop up a menu item. What could I do here? What could I do? Okay, this will mostly be JavaScript based and DOM. Let me just see if I can quickly whip something up. So we'll go UI sailing menu, I guess we'll call it. This is going to be a web component. So we'll write out a bit of a web component for it. Okay. Yep. Sailing menu. Except that I don't want this to be a pop-up. I'm gonna have to figure this out. The pop-up literally takes over the entire viewport. But that's not what I want. I want it centered or something like that. Let me just put in like a test thing here. I'll compile it so that all the base64 stuff is done. How am I going to trigger this? Oh, I need a way to trigger this. Okay, let's go over to, what would it be? No. Yeah, here. Somewhere in here, I want a particular key that triggers it. It's T for start. How about like, let's, oh no, I already have G. T is start, G is select. Well, maybe we can, I don't know. What about F? What's F doing? F isn't doing a damn thing. Nope. Okay, let's make it F. I'm not sure how this is going to play out because I might want to pause the entire game to do this. Like I might want to actually hit pause on the animation frame to stop the ticks and everything from the C code from running. But okay, so that's going to initialize, which will render, which should load up a test menu. Let's just see what happens here. User input select is not a function. It doesn't have to be a function. What about just F? Let me pause it and let's go have a look at the viewport. Where are you? Here. Did that work? UI sailing menu. No, it didn't work. Oh, because I'm not updating my inner HTML. That's why. F the F. Yeah, my tech. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, if I hit F. Oh, hey, it did work. Okay, so it does work. It's just that it needs to be absolute positioned. So now I have to figure out... Oh, man. Okay. No, not display. Position absolute. And we'll make the font size like really big. Okay, so there it is. We're going to say that its width and its height is 32 pixels because that's what we've scaled everything down to. So essentially what I'd like to do is have this pop up. So when I press the right key, it triggers the menu system for sailing, which will give you sailing actions like you can use a telescope or you can use an item in the ocean, like your quadrant thing that tells you like your lat and long, or you can like, I don't know, whatever, eat some food or fix your ship or set the anchor in the middle of the ocean if that's what you want to do, right? And how I want to do it is I'd like to center the button on the entire viewport, keeping in mind that the viewport is a grid. Right? It's like this. This is really weird how I have a viewport nested inside a viewport. I'm going to have to fix that. So ideally, I'd like to be able to pick the center grid, taking into account that the size of the viewport can have odd values for width and height. So that can make it difficult to find the center. So I could do something like top calc, and it'd be, let's say, and then left calc. Maybe it should be 64. Yep, it should be. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. So let's go that's almost center, kind of center. I mean, sort of. So got to make it smaller. That's so weird, though. That's very odd. What the heck? The width and height on this is 32 by 32. Am I doing something weird with the zoom? Yeah, I think I am. All right. So it is 32 and the zoom is 2.2. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that's going to work. Okay, so it's something like that. And then I just have to pick an icon. Yeah, pretty damn close. I'll pick an icon and let's just, yep, there it is. And it fits within the grid. So that is an exact fit. So that's a zoom issue. If I did 6x6, I think that is actually halfway because it's a 12x12 grid, I believe. It is a 12x12 grid, yeah. So kind of technically, it could be 5x5 or 5 or 6x6, doesn't matter. I can just do some math on that. Okay, and once I have that, then I can do something like picking up one of these icons from, I don't know, like one of these here. And so the icon would be some kind of action. It would just be, let me see if I can find something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to go over these and pick one. I think I have some icons here. It could be one of these, actually. Yeah, I could pick any one of these. So yeah, I'll just pick one of these and it'll like, it'll indicate that you can take an action. Like maybe this guy, you know, I don't know, something like that. And that'll show up as the icon where the word test is. And then you can click on it and it'll be interactive like the start menu here. And well, if I could exit, which I can't. So here, I'm actually going to just copy that style. And then you'll be able to take actions using that. So some of the actions you can take. So let me just kind of write down a few of the actions. We'll do this and we'll say actions. If you have a telescope, you can use it to see targets or ports or, I don't know, towns or whatever. Initiate an attack if you're next to any fleet. You can, I don't know, you can talk to a fleet if you're next to them. What else can you do? Set anchor, lift anchor. You can use items like lime juice for scurvy or whatever. What else can you do? You could manage fleet, like transfer cargo, adjust captains, first mates, adjust crew assignments, like how many crew on sailing, battle, etc. You can do that. You could adjust captains for adjust crew transfer. Oh, repair ships. But maybe you have to be anchored to land to do that, possibly. You can't just repair ships on sea, I guess, maybe. Anyways, you kind of get the point. There's a bunch of things you can do. You could, oh yeah, you could, if you have a captain with auto sail skill, set destination and let Captain Jesus take the wheel. Have you thought about different ammo types for the cannons? I have. And I actually, I not only have I thought about it. Where is it? Here. I've got, where are you? Here. So I've got different cannon types already set up with different range, different power. So the idea is that when you build a ship, see if I can find. Yeah, here. So above my head here, ad. Okay, I'll let the ad play. Yeah. Okay, so while the ads are playing, I'll let those ads play out. So these are the kinds of actions that I want to do, which means I just have to find the right, like just some icons to represent those actions. And then in some cases, I guess I'm going to have to pop up a menu. Yeah, I'll have to pop up a menu, and it'll have to be like a full screen menu or something like that. So because some actions require you to do more with a full viewport. Like if you're going to be transferring cargo between ships, it probably makes sense to do a full screen menu system for that while you're sailing. So I have to keep that in mind, because okay, that's fine. Because I can choose when I want to do pop-up style, which is full screen, and I can choose when I want to do this icon style, which is just centered. Okay, ads are done. Okay, so yeah, I have different cannons here. They have different power values and different ranges. And when you build a ship or buy a used ship, they have space. There's like cargo space. The cargo space isn't just for cargo. Like you can think of cargo for things like water, food. You actually have to have a stock of cannonballs to fire with. You can have cargo from trade goods at ports, right? So if you bought like, I don't know, a specialty item from one port and you want to sell it for a higher price at another port, that's considered cargo. So your ship has cargo space for those general types of things. But then it also needs to have two other types of cargo space. One type of space for bunks, like how many beds do you have, which determines the crew that you can put into your ship, right? Because they have to have a place to sleep, right? So the bunks are part of that overall cargo space. And then you also have the number of spaces that you can use to put cannons in. So each cannon type has to be purchased to fill. What am I trying to say here? Like you see it says 30 out of 30, right? So your ship can have 30 spaces available for cannons, but you might only buy 15 cannons, which means out of 30, you only have 15 in there. The type of cannon also matters. So there's all these different types of cannons which have different kinds of stats, and you do a per space purchase. So if you have 30 spaces available, then you pick the cannon that you want to buy. It's going to cost you a particular price, and then you're going to have to say how many do you want to buy, and maybe you only want to buy 15, and so you fill 15 cannon slots in your ship with those 15 types of cannons. And then you have to purchase cannonballs on your way out of the port to make sure you have cannonballs in your cargo space so that you can actually fire. And so that's already in here. It's all, I built all that stuff is already in here. the cargo space that's broken up into crew bunks, cannon, and just general cargo. It's already part of ships. I already have the different types of cannons. I already have the different types of goods. So you can see them all here. It's already there. And so there in the original game, you would have certain types of cannons that were a lot better at, for example, destroying another ship's hull. And then other cannons were really good at destroying, at killing the other ship's crew, right? And so depending on the cannon that you picked, that would have an impact on the kind of damage that you would do on other ships you went up against. And you had to keep that in mind during battle. So you picked the right ship that did the right kind of damage against the right enemy ship. And that's not to consider also the kind of hull, like the material that your ship is made out of. Because the different types of material, I think I have it all set up here as well. Yeah, I have all the materials set up here as well. They have an impact on your ability to have like the capacity that you can hold just in general for cargo, crew, and cannons, your speed in battle and outside of battle, your turn radius. Like some ships, when they have the available set of moves, would have a far wider ability to make like sharp turns, but maybe it was like much closer to their origin point, whereas other ships could go really, really far, but kind of like only in a particular way. The hull that they had impacted their ability to do these kinds of maneuvers, as well as, of course, the damage they could take as part of their durability from other ships, right? So all of these were factors in the original game that I've already put into this game. It's already here. It's really just a matter of just tweaking the numbers and then just coming up with the whatever formulas that we want to come up with to actually make these things matter outside the game and outside of battle and inside the battle. I want a time cannon. It can shoot into the future. Your ship will take damage in the future. Yeah. So cannon type instead of ammo type. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So cannon type is the key thing. Type of hull, type of material that your ship is made out of is key. And certain ships have a maximum material type that they can be made out of. Like you're going to have really small ships that you can't make out of copper or steel. They're just too small. And so you could never make a small ship have the whole material of copper or steel, but it could probably do teak and cedar just fine. And those would have like a modification number. That's what I have here. And then that would play into, you can see modification power plays into the cannons that you have. And so if you choose the right cannons, the power gets modified, and then maybe your range does, and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, these are all going to be, they're all here. I've already got it all set up. It's honestly just a matter of applying these. Same with like wind. So when you're in particular parts of the world, there are different wind factors, and the size of your ship, it's modification based on the material, your current cargo load. Do you have a special figurehead that gives you like a little extra boost on speed or something? It's like a little figurehead buff. All of these things had an impact in the original game. So if you're crossing certain portions of the world or you're sailing through them, you are more likely to run into storms. You are more likely to run into anomalies like mermaids calling your crew off the ship. You were more likely to run into headwinds, or sometimes it was just smooth sailing, or random or whatever. And the wind of the particular area you were sailing in the world played into all your ships, their overall materials of each one, the size of each one, how many crew members do you have assigned to sailing versus how many crew members do you have assigned to manning the cannons. That was all part of the original game. And these all had an impact on your sailing and battle stuff. And then even in the battle, the wind of the area that you're battling in still impacted you and your ships and the enemy ships in the battle. including, again, all the other things that still played into it, like how many men do you have assigned to cannons? How many men do you have assigned to sailing? Do you have a first mate that's really good at, I don't know, giving out orders during battle, things like that, right? These are all things that played into the entire game. So I already have a bunch of that in here. Is this game a remake of another one you made? No, I didn't make it Lightspeed. Curse You Mermaids HR Nightmare, I know. It's an old game from the Super Nintendo days. It's my favorite game of all time. It's called Uncharted Waters New Horizons. It's this one. And all the stuff I'm explaining was in the Super Nintendo game. It was crazy, the amount of complexity they had in the Super Nintendo game. You could do trade, like if you trade from port to port, each port has their own local goods, depending on whether they have whether they're influenced by the nearest kingdom or by investments by other kingdoms, say yourself, which unlock more goods. There was a tax, like tariffs applied to your trading, unless you had a tax-free license, which you had to go to the king to get. And so then you could get cheaper goods for from particular ports and then sell them for better prices at other ports. Like the economy system was, it was really complicated. The fleet management system was really complicated. The sailing system was really complicated. The whole thing was complicated for a Super Nintendo game. So I'm recreating that game with the technology I'm using now. It's kind of because I've always wanted to recreate the game, but it's also to prove a point that we have a lot, like it's crazy what these guys did with this game back in that time. And this isn't the only game of its kind where they went crazy complex with very limited hardware. And I'm trying to prove a point that if in today's age, we build, by comparison, really crappy stuff, including games. We don't have the same limitations, but unfortunately, like hardware limitations, for example, we don't have them. But unfortunately, all that's done is just make the software industry lazy and stupid. And people just rely on like abstractions and crutches and hardware crutches to scapegoat bad performance and bad gameplay and bad software and bad websites. And we just accept it as like, well, I guess this is just normal now. It's like, no, it's not just normal. I didn't grow up with this crap. I grew up with much better stuff. Yeah, it was harder to do. But we actually have less excuses to do that, at least that much, if not better today. And we just don't seem to be doing it. So I'm just kind of, for multiple reasons, I'm recreating the game. It's going to be tabletop RPG types of in-depth. Nice. Yeah, it will. I am literally going to copy a lot of the original game, but obviously I have to add my own twist to it. I'm not just going to rip it off. That's stupid, and illegal. But I'm essentially going to copy a lot of what they did here. And well, I mean, Laughing Panda, the twist that I have planned. I haven't told everybody the story, but there is a twist to it that changes pretty much the entire dynamic of the game in a very subtle way without you really realizing it until you're very deep into it. I hope. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. But a lot of the same elements are going to be here. You're going to be able to trade. You're going to sail. You're going to have to make sure your fleet is managed, manage your finances, make sure you have enough material, like enough cargo to sail. You need to have enough food and water. You better make sure you get your food and water before you leave, because it'll impact how long you can sail for. It also depends on how much crew you have. You have to pay your crew. Every month you have to pay your crew. And every month you have to pay any captains that you've hired. Say you destroyed their fleet and then they end up going to the closest port. They usually hang out at the cafe or at the inn, and you can go and hire the captain who you just defeated in battle. And all their skills and everything, they just become a part of your fleet. And then you can just assign them to a ship or assign them a special slot, like they're the accountant or they're like the navigator or whatever. Like all of these things are going to be in this game. We're building it out, and I already have a bunch of it already sorted out. I have a bunch of stats. I have materials. I have goods. It's pretty much all here. I would say probably 50% of it is here, if not more. So we just got to start applying these things. It's kind of the fun part, right? I'm having trouble making GD dark mode with CSS, and you're creating a happy game. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing, right? It's Lightspeed, you haven't been around enough, and this is so frustrating that I have to say it even. But I genuinely think that abstractions have basically created an industry full of programmers. Obviously not everyone. There are exceptions to this rule, but just in general, programmers, including senior people who should know better, love to reach for their abstractions. They love to reach for the tools and builds and React framework and memory safe and type safe and all of these things in order to essentially scapegoat the responsibility that they have to just write better software to begin with and to care a little bit more about their code. And hardware just makes it worse because hardware can sweep a lot of issues under the rug. And so you can just come up with like complicated set of abstractions so you don't have to deal with stuff that it's your job to deal with. But it comes at the cost of really poor software. And I think the entire market is proving it, because all the software that we use and all the websites that we use and all the video games that we play, especially in the last 10 years, they're so stupid. They suck. They crash all the time. They're slow to load. They're all subscription based. And if they're not subscription based, they're selling your data one way or the other because they don't know how to make money, because nobody knows how to build anything good anymore. They can't rely on quality software. They have to rely on subscriptions and your data because it's not quality anymore. So who's going to pay for it? Video games are like 600 gigabytes of like bloated messes. And again, everybody has good hardware, right? Like, especially in the West. So who cares, right? But these have all come at the cost of programmers don't know how to do stuff anymore. Vanilla CSS is really not that complicated. It really isn't. And I know everybody likes to say it is, and you're told that it is. And you have things like Tailwind, and everybody preaches about Tailwind. Everybody preaches about things like Tailwind or Tailwind itself. And like, oh, you don't have to worry about CSS ever again. It's all like abstracted away for you. Yeah, but at what cost? You've added a build step to get back to the same place you were going to start with to begin with, which is just CSS. Yeah, like you've gone around the mountain to get from point A to point B. You could have just gone over the mountain. And CSS isn't that bad to begin with. I'm doing it all vanilla. It's all vanilla CSS. It's not even that much. This is all I have for my CSS, some SVGs, and like, it's really not that hard. You just have to care and just like be willing to read the specs a bit and take a little bit of time, learn it, play around with it. It's fine. You don't need to add an extra 7,000 different steps to try and not do this just to end up generating this CSS code anyways. And once you've done it this way, then you can use any other tool you want and you know it way better. And if there's a problem with that tool, you can do a lot more with it. So like, and same goes for React and the DOM, JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. All of this is just vanilla JavaScript. Even the web components, it's all just vanilla JavaScript. It's all standardized browser vanilla JavaScript. There's nothing fancy about this. There's no build steps. There's no, except for compiling the C code. That's the only build step I have. Like this stuff isn't as hard as it's made out to be, but you're told that it's difficult because, you're too stupid to figure it out without an abstraction or a framework or a library or whatever. You can't even build a freaking game without, a library, an insane complex library of some kind. The DOM's too slow to do this. No, it's not. I'm doing CSS 3D. It's not too slow. The DOM is fine. You just need to know how to use it. Right? So it's frustrating because I hear complaints like that from developers like yourself. who are trying to do stuff that really shouldn't be that difficult, and it's really not. And most developers, including yourself, have the brain power to do what needs to be done. It's not like it's not like you're stupid or anything. You're not. It's just that you're made to feel stupid, because if you don't do it without Tailwind or React or Svelte or Vue or Angular or Rust or TypeScript or I don't know, C++, or take your pick of whatever abstract, OOP, object oriented, or your Vue model controller or Laravel, or just take your pick of anything. If you don't do it this way, you don't stand a chance in hell of creating anything useful. It's just not true. It's a complete lie. I'm building an entire game with what I would consider to be a pretty intense amount of complexity, and we're at least a third of the way through, and it's all vanilla. So dark mode in CSS, you got it. You got it. There's no reason why you can't do it. Frameworks are needed for imports alone. If you mean like if you're importing an existing project, or like you don't really have a choice and somebody did it in a particular way and you have to pull it in and use what they used in order to execute something, yeah, of course there are always conditions where you don't really have much of a choice, or where the choice actually does make sense. Like sometimes Tailwind does make sense, sometimes React does make sense, but I would say it's like less than 10%, and I'm probably being charitable of all use cases, if that's what you mean. No importing components. If you want to import components, sure. I would ask the question, why do you need to import components to begin with? Build your own components. And you can do it all in vanilla JavaScript, and you don't need to add any amount of additional steps. You do exactly what I do. This is my component. It's a web component. It's just a menu item. It's exactly this test thing. Right? This test thing here that I don't think it... There we go. That's just a web component. And that's my component, and I'm done. I don't need anything. And then I can just save this, right? So let's say I go like Lightspeed, and then I just switch over to my browser and I reset, and there's Lightspeed. I don't need anything. So this is what I'm trying to prove here. It's like, why do you need to import these things to begin with? You can build them yourself. It's not that hard. But sometimes you don't have a choice. I get it. Especially if you're working with other systems and whatnot. Like, again, I understand it within reason. It's just more of like a general question. Like, do you really need to be importing it? Can you just build it yourself? Okay, I can't remember how we got on this topic. But yeah, I think I answered Laughing Panda's question with the cannons, and the stats and all that, and skills. I have skills, special skills like cartography, gunnery, which makes you extra, like it adds more power to your guns. Accounting gets you better discounts. Can't remember what negotiation is for. Cartography is a special skill that makes it easier for you to the cartography is when you're creating a map from scratch of like your local area or something, which you can then go sell at the cartography guild for money. Navigation for auto sailing. So I have skills which all require their own stats. I have stats, battle level, navigation level, leadership, seamanship, knowledge, intuition, courage, swordsmanship, charm, luck. These stats will have an impact on whether or not you can even have a skill to begin with. Different captains will have different skills and stats and all of that. Like, It's all here. It's, you know, we're going to be built. We're building it. We have everything, pretty much everything we need. Yeah. Okay. So I need to kind of decide how I deal with the icon here. I could. Ah, what's up, Dandy? Good to see you, man. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Dandy? Appreciate you being here, bro. So background image var, I think it's Atlas image, right? Yep. And BG size. I'm alive, so that's a bonus. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. You know, Dandy, at the ripe old age of 40, I'm always grateful to be alive. Background position. So we'll go. I can't remember how this works, but where did you go? Oh, here we go. Well, no. What? Blend mode, origin, position, attachment. Background position Y, top. No repeat. A background size? What's going on? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Yeah, it's got to be... Right. Yeah, okay. I got to do the minus thing. Hey, CA2 software. It would... I'm impressed Spiro got back on his feet after being homeless. Seems like it would be impossible. Yeah, let me tell you, there were a few days that I thought would be my last. Yeah. Yeah, legit. Okay, let's see here. If I do, can I take a guess as to what it is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sure, let's go 10 and 10. Close. That's kind of weird, though. Oh, it's because I don't have it. Top size. Scale. Okay, close. So I think it's probably 9 by 9. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's kind of what I was hoping for. And then what I can do is something like if I add a border, it might start to look more like a button. Yeah. And then if I add a background color and I don't know, gold. Yeah. So it starts to look more like a button. So if you can imagine that this button shows up while you're sailing around and everything kind of just freezes, and then you can click and I can just do like cursor pointer. Enjoy the valuable data. Also enjoy spirit on stream. So thanks, CA. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me tell you, Lightspeed. Sometimes when you've gone, I got to think about it. When you've gone, I think my record is 3 days without food. Non-intentional. When I was living on my own, because it was either food or rent. I'm pretty sure it was 3 days. You do start to wonder how long you're going to make it. Or when you're sleeping outside in your car. Which I did for a little while. Not too long, thankfully, but yeah. Yeah, you begin to ask questions about how long you're going to last. Okay, now if I set sail, yeah. Okay, so if I can come up with some nice artwork for the buttons and the menu system, then you could do something like well, could you maybe create 2 buttons? Like, let's say that you did like this, and then your SX plus 1. Let's just see. Holy crap, it worked. Yeah. Okay, so then just roughing it out here. Yeah, and so, okay, so there we go. So you can literally just create whatever buttons you need as like a pop-up thing. And so, yeah, and so these buttons can be here. Coffee and Coding, hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So we can have I mean, the buttons have to look nicer, obviously, as they look like junk, but these buttons can be here, and then when you click on them, they can trigger different submenus. And it's all within the viewport. And yeah, that's right, Coffee. I wonder, okay, what if, okay, hang on. If I do, middle X, which would be like, I think I have a viewport. Yeah, viewport width height. Damn, if I could spell. Okay, yeah. Hey, Dylan on LinkedIn. Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, how are you doing, Coffee? Hope you're doing well. On the Twitch side. So we'll go middle X, I don't know, times tile size scaled PX. No, middle Y. And this one will be middle, actually. Minus 1? Yeah. And I'm realizing that I have the wrong XY. X is for left, not for top. Y is for top. So I better fix that. And I got to put the PXs on here. So we'll do that. Okay, and then that should center it automatically, which it does. Which means then that technically, without doing any further adjustments on this, I should be able to go to where do I set the viewport? Here we go. No, is it not here? Where is it? Constants? Constants. Okay. So I should be able to, like, if I went down to 8 and 8, it should auto center. No, it didn't. Do I need to recompile to get the base 64 out? No, why didn't it change the width and height? Okay, that's, yeah, okay. Where's our request? No, UI helper? Yeah, it's supposed to, huh. Okay, what if I just adjust it? Okay, that works. Chill, man. Working on my web client for my game, so working on similar stuff. Oh, nice. You're building a game too? Are you overwriting it somewhere? I must be. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but But okay, but it does prove, even though I'm having to do it in a weird way, if I could actually get the viewport to work correctly, that this does auto center the icons. It works. It works great. I didn't have to change anything about my web component. It just automatically figured out, based on my scaling and size of the viewport, what needed to happen. And there you go. You just console log the viewport width wherever you just set it. You'll know for sure. Well, so I know it's up here with my update render. And what's weird is if I refresh, the width and height is 12 and 12. But I'm not setting it anywhere else. What the heck is this? Change the zoom? Maybe that file's never been called. But then it wouldn't have... If that file was never called, it would never... No, it is called. It's consts. And then viewport. Lila Brick, thank you for the follow just now on Twitch. I appreciate it. Say hi if you're here, but if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. I don't think it's the zoom, because the zoom just takes the width and height and scales it. It's literally just a CSS zoom. I wonder if viewport.js does something. Nope. Okay, let's do a like a caps search. Okay, viewport. Oh, here we go. In load. Oh, it shouldn't be setting it here. There we go. That's it. Okay. So yeah, there you go. So then if I go back to, say, let's get rid of this. Let's go back to const. Let's say I did something like, let's say I did an oddball, like 11 by 11. Centered. Let's say I did something crazy, like 28 by 28, and we'll scale the zoom down. Holy cow. I don't know where that went. It went all the way to the bottom? That's weird. Okay, also... We've got a 28 by 28... Holy crap. We have a 28 by 28 viewport, and it runs fast. What? I wonder what CSS 3D looks like. Okay, CSS 3D is a little slow. Just a little bit slow. There's like a little bit of a lag. And what about sailing? Holy crap. It runs fast. And everything's animated. That's crazy. That's 28 by 28. Hang on just one sec, Coffee. I'll get to your questions, I promise. Let me just see why on earth. Is it a zoom? Is it because I manually set the zoom? Yes. That is exactly why. Let me set this back to 1, and I bet you then it'll be fixed. Yep, centered. Yeah. I just have to put in the zoom, and I think I have a variable zoom. somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's just this. Yeah, that's what it is. So now if I go back to my viewport and then I go back to 12 by 12. And then I set the zoom to say 2.2. Yeah. And then there we go. And then I go back and then centered without any further work. And then there's my, yeah. CSS 3D. Okay, perfect. Later on, do you plan on combining those scripts so you can get better zlib compression and less HTTP requests? Yeah, I technically already have a combined system that I'm not using, but I was using it up until like 1 or 2 weeks ago. Where did it go? Yeah, base 64. So I have this embed. There it is. Embed. So I have this embed C file, and it literally takes in the past and currently. So in the past, I had an index.html file. It had everything in it in one file, similar to this .h file. It has all the C code and it's just one file. You just import this file. You have everything you need. You don't even need a C file. So it's the HTML file had all the different JavaScript files as well. And then on top of that, what it did is it literally read the atlas, which is this guy, the .png file, and converted it to base 64. And it also read the WebAssembly file and converted that to base 64. And then what it did is it embedded this into the index.html file. So you ultimately ended up with one single HTML file with literally everything in it. So I had that working. And then what I decided to do was, since that was working and I was having to do this embed process anyway in C, why not just break out some of the JavaScript functions into different files so that it's easier to kind of like reason about them, and keep the C file as one file, because this is extremely portable. And then when I basically have all my JavaScript files done, I'm just going to take this exact C file and I'm just going to add to it that it should go back to what it was doing before, which is dumping in everything into a single HTML file. And then I just statically host it on GitHub pages. It's just one HTML file. It has literally everything inlined. The Atlas file and the WASM file end up getting to be a little bit bigger because base 64 adds to the size, but it's not much. And so then everything gets just one shot compressed. You can just ship one HTML file. The entire game is there. And I'm not joking. WASM and everything. It's all there. You just send somebody one single HTML file and the entire game is there. So I'll bring it back to that. Once I've kind of sorted out a bunch of the JavaScript stuff here, and I'm just going to use C to do it. It's a big old map now in comparison. Yeah, the 3D is awesome. Yeah, I like the 3D. Yeah, it was fun to make it. And you can shift it around. Like, check this out. Just mouse controlled. Vanilla CSS, by the way. Vanilla CSS. Yeah, you don't need to worry about optimizing. Yeah, it'll be good later. That's right. Yeah. I don't have to worry about it right now. It's just I have that option if I really want it. Right? And I know it works because I was using it up until 1 or 2 weeks ago. It was working great. So I think I'm almost to the point where I'm going to go back to that and just compile the entire HTML as one file. Static compilation for the web. Yeah. The one thing that I'm not sure about is whether I should just bite the bullet and put everything back into a single file manually anyways, or keep everything in separate JS files like they are now. The only, see, because I'm trying to be a real stickler. Like, I'm trying to be very, very much a stickler for not adding a build step just for the sake of adding it. And this, grabbing a bunch of JS files, even if I'm doing it in C and putting it into one HTML file, is like a compilation step that I shouldn't really need. The problem is that if I want to inline my atlas and my WASM file, I sort of don't have a choice, because there is no way to inline a WASM file unless you base 64 it. I've looked. You only have base 64 as an option. You could have the raw RGB values of the PNG file and inline that, but then the size balloons way, way bigger. Like, it's way bigger than even just your least compressed PNG file. It's going to be way bigger than that because you're storing the numerical values of the RGB per pixel for a very large atlas. So that's not even feasible, even if I could do that. And it still doesn't solve the WASM problem. With inlining WASM in with the HTML file, so it's all one file, requires me to use base 64. I cannot avoid that. So if I'm going to use C to do that, I'm going to use C to read the WASM file, convert it to base 64, and then regex insert it into an existing HTML file, which generates a new HTML file with that inserted. Then it's like, well, then maybe I can kind of appropriately excuse that with the fact that I don't have a choice to inline, right? Then I might as well just leverage the fact that I'm using C to do this, separate out my JS files and my atlas, and bring them all together into one HTML file anyways, because I have to do it for WASM anyways. Otherwise, I just throw away the entire concept of a single HTML file. I kind of don't want to do that. I like the idea of shipping a single HTML file and it has everything you need. You've been doing the opposite for one-off web tools. No build, just an import map, an ESM import from CDN for lit HTML. That's not a bad way to do it. It's definitely less complicated. Uint data array encoding. I thought about that and I tested it. I actually tested it out. I literally pulled the U8 characters, like the values, out of my atlas and out of the WASM file. But the problem is when you go to put it into, like, you have to, in order to get that out of the raw file and put it into JavaScript, you have to do this. And then put in, like, you know, 300, 400, 303, 301, whatever it is, right? And you start putting in, you know, whatever the numbers are, right? And you have to start doing that. And now you have to imagine that the issue that you have is not the numerical values themselves. This ends up being very inlined in terms of what JavaScript sees when you're executing it on the browser. But you have to remember that these are all characters of a file. So the file that contains literally what I just wrote is going to be way bigger than the original file, like the WASM file or the PNG file that has those values anyway. So the values that you're writing in the form of, like, the character that has this code is way bigger than the original source, even when compared to base 64. Base 64 is even smaller than doing this. This is smaller than me doing WASM uint 8 with the values. The base 64 version is actually smaller by comparison than doing all this, because character to character, and like in terms of file size, all of these, like 300, 400, 5,000, 8,000, 9,001 multiplied by the entire memory block of WASM is massive. It's huge. So it's just a base 64 compile, right? But doesn't have better runtime performance due to not needing to decode base 64 at runtime. You only need to decode it once. I think the file size won't matter as much as that. Yeah, you only have to decode it once. So the first time that you decode it is the last time you decode it. And that's it. You don't decode these multiple times. Same with the Atlas file. It's base 64. But you decode it on load. So you just to do a loading screen. Initial decode is a bit of latency. Yeah. So yes, your initial HTML file size is going to be bigger than normal because you're base 64ing. But you only decode that base 64 once. You could do that in a loading screen, just like, you know, whatever. Thanks, Laughing Panda. Have a good night, man. And then once it's decoded, then you're good to go. You just use it like normal. The other way to do it, if you're really worried about shipping the file size, is you break it out into a separate file and then you do a fetch operation. But then you just completely lose all your ability to have one single HTML file that has everything in it. By the way, I'm not telling you how to do it. It's just nice to have these conversations. No, I completely agree. Yeah, it's a good question to ask. And these are like nitpicky, like autistic, crazy nitpicky mode, right? But that's what we're all about here, baby. We literally ask these questions because these are questions that are typically not asked in like the web sphere at all. Like people don't think about these things. They just reach for whatever abstraction solves the problem for them. And they don't consider like, what is the cost of these things? So it's a good point to bring up. There is a cost to decoding the base 64 file on load. You can hide that with a loading screen, which is really no different than what video games do anyways. They have loading screens so that they can deal with setting up data, tearing down data, encoding and decoding data. That's what the loading screens are for. I will be honest. The ultimate path to runtime performance is to preload the raw values. Original file size be damned. I can't lie. That even with C, I see your chat, guys. Just one sec. Let me just kind of finish my thought here. So with the C code here, here let me get rid of this. Let me show you. Layer set value. Okay, you see these layer set value calls? So imagine you have a world and it's 100 by 100. Well, you don't have to imagine. We have one, right? This guy. It's 100 by 100. And there's like at least, I don't know, 4 layers here. And they're all 100 by 100 because it's the size of the world. You can have up to 10 layers per world so that you can stack things on top of each other. That's how I figured out how to do the 3D, right? Because I just pick a layer and I change the axis of X, Y, and Z depending on the layer I'm in. That's great. However, I am generating these layer values for each layer in the world for 100 by 100 or 50 by 50 or 20 by 20 or whatever the world size is on demand when I load the world. Now, that's not really the end of the world. You know, I meant to say that. Again, if it becomes a problem, you can always put a loading screen behind that. But if I want to just absolutely max out the runtime performance, what I would do is instead of layer set value here, where I dynamically generate the layer values for things like, you know, like the animated ocean and the road and the land and all of that, instead of doing that here dynamically at runtime, I would take this function and I change it so that all my layer data was imported or set as a constant array, or embedded essentially into the C file as like an array of like U32 values for all the layers of all my worlds up front. Now, what that would do is it would create like a WASM file size of like 80 megs after everything is done, because that's a lot of damn values to store inside of your WebAssembly file. But it means then that I don't have to do any dynamic generation. I could potentially load everything all at once and only track point to the thing that I want to look at right now and just call it immediately. My runtime performance would be somewhat better, if not maybe sometimes quite a bit better if I did that. But the cost is that I'm shipping like an 80 megabyte WASM file on top of everything else. So if you think about it that way, then there is a trade-off there, right? Same with the PNG file. I could do the exact same thing where I could take this PNG file and I could convert it to just like U8 or whatever as like a raw file. Yeah, the file size of this would be huge, but my ability to reach in and grab exactly the right pixels that I want is extremely fast, in memory on demand kind of a thing, right? So it comes at another cost, which is my in-memory is, well, now I have an in-memory WASM block of 80 megs, or more with the Atlas file. Yes, I get to access that memory faster because it's in memory, but it's sitting in RAM instead of dynamically generated, right? So there's like a very specific trade-off, and it's actually quite difficult to have like a clear-cut answer of like, this is what you should do. So I'm trying to compromise where I'm trying not to make the upfront cost of like the file sizes really high and also keep the memory down low. So when I use the layer set value, I have just an array block, just one array block for each layer, maximum of 10 layers. And I just clear those 10 layers when I exit a world, and then add values to those 10 layers when I enter a new world. So at most, I'm only ever carrying 10 layers maximum. And then I just dynamically generate it. And then, I can put a loading screen behind that. Have you seen the ping to bin approach? No, I haven't. Curious what that would be. I mean, we're definitely looking at some lag with the 2828 map. We'll definitely be looking at optimizing wherever possible. Yeah, when we get to 28 by 28, yeah. Hey, Crawl, what's with the Mario punching React logo? It's because React sucks. Well, you're a first-time chatter, so you haven't been around for a while, or since the beginning, I guess. But we don't like React around these parts. I'll explain in a minute. Which is fine also, since like each tab in any modern browser is already consuming hundreds of megs. People aren't too worried about memory usage when playing games on the scale of what this game is consuming. Yeah, I know. This is kind of like the thing, right? So I guess, Kral, you've come at the right time. This is the thing that people don't think about in software these days, which is I get what you're saying, Coffee, but at the same time, this is the excuse that modern software programmer developers make. The frameworks that they reach for, like React, they come at a cost too. And these costs are actually like astronomical. I've gone over the science and the data for them. I've put up videos on my YouTube describing, slicing up the academic studies. It's boring reads, but it proves it. These things have a cost, especially in terms of memory and capability, that people don't realize, because all they see is, oh, React's just going to like solve a bunch of problems for me so that I don't have to worry a bunch of other problems. And sometimes that comes at the cost of it eats up RAM in your tab. I don't want to make those, I don't want to fall for the same trap. I don't want to be like, well, everyone else is doing it. What's 80 megs to me, right? Because then it becomes, well, what's 80 megs today? Then you start saying, well, what's 100 megs tomorrow, and then what's 200 megs the day after, and then what's a gig. Yeah, right. One of your tabs is a gig and it's a doc site, right? Because then you just start making excuses once you've entered the world of, well, other people are doing it, and your browser tabs are going to be consumed by a bunch of memory anyways, so why don't I just do it in order to give you the features you want? And I'm really trying hard to stay disciplined on the principles of this project, because of the fact that I hate those abstractions and those excuses and the poor websites and software and video games that are being created by that level of stupidity that we don't need to have. We have lots of smart, capable programmers who don't need to make those kinds of excuses. Like, if you put some thought and care into it, you can do more. So Crawl, you're getting kind of like a background on why we bash the React logo around here. So I'm trying really hard. I have to admit, it's tempting, Coffee. We don't get too crazy like that. Yeah. It's tempting to just be like, well, 80 megs in comparison to what a lot of websites do is nothing, especially for a game with the things that we're doing, etc. And I can excuse it away, and it's very tempting. But I am trying to skirt that line of, I want to try not to compromise. And if I can keep the payload size low, everything is in a single file as much as possible. I have one build step, which is just one compilation step with an embed process in it. And I dynamically generate my worlds so that I don't have to preload 80 megabytes worth of worlds. And it's still reasonably fast. And I can kind of use a loading screen to do like world loading, world offloading. And then I don't have to eat up your RAM. I don't have to eat up your CPU, too much. I've carefully thought about like the costs of all of them. I don't have to eat up your bandwidth too much, even though all of these things are cheap. I know they are. But the principles of the project is that we can do this. We're better. We don't have to. We're raw dog and vanilla C and HTML and JavaScript, for Pete's sake. Like, why are we? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying really hard to stick to the principles here, and we've come a long way doing it. So I'm not ready to compromise just yet. But it's not that you don't have a point. You have a very good point, and I agree. Runtime performance would have it would have at least a modicum boost if you did just preload everything up front. Your runtime performance would be a lot better, and I just think there's a proper compromise, and it has to be very educated and very thought out. And I think we just kind of have to push this a little bit further and hit a bunch of walls, and then see what the walls kind of dictate that we have to do, if that makes sense. I hope that's not too like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm trying to be disciplined about it, right? We want to stay disciplined. We want to be responsible grown-ups here. But I agree, that might be a thing we have to do. The other thing that we could do, okay, here's another thing that we haven't even touched. The layer values are all the maximum world width and world height. So if the world is 100 by 100, well, you've got 10 layers, 100 by 100. But you don't actually need all the layers to be that. For example, you have an NPC layer, and there's how many NPCs here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 NPCs. So ultimately, your layer size for the NPC layer does not need to be 100 by 100. It's just 13 values. Maybe 13 times 2 for XY coordinates. So maybe 13 times 2 times plus 1, I guess. So 13 times 3. Yeah, so it'd be 39 values. Right, and so you could shrink your NPC layer. And then if you have these layers stacked, like right now, each layer is intended to deal with like a z index, right? Like a z coordinate that you can't really tell, but it's stacked on top of each other. Well, at the end of the day, when you go into production mode, do you actually need all those layers? You can actually just flatten a bunch of those layers. Like you could have all the layers that are below the NPC flattened, then you can have all the layers above the NPC flattened, and then you can have all the layers in between flattened. And so instead of having like 2 background layers and 2 foreground layers and then 2 middle layers, one for NPC and one for entities or something like that, you can just knock that down to 3 layers, 2 flattened, 2 middle flattened, and then two foreground flattened, if that makes sense, right? So we kind of haven't even hit the limits of what we can do with the layers that we currently have in this format where we're dynamically generating them to make them more performant, right? We're just kind of we're in dummy cave mode. We're just cavemen bashing rocks right now. And yeah, this is not going to be performant. When we hit performance bottlenecks, I think we still have a lot of room to move before we have to go the route of 1.56 megabytes becomes like 80. Right? So I'm trying really, really hard to make a point here and stick to the principles of the project. That you can have your cake and eat it too. That we don't have to be dumb programmers. We don't need to make these kinds of decisions just yet. We can come up with better choices, but ultimately I'm fully 100% aware that if it comes down to it, we might have to preload a bunch of data in order to get runtime performance to be amazing. So it's not off the table. It's just, we're not there yet. Ping to bin. Oh yeah, it's just, yeah, okay, I can do that with C. So it just converts the PNG file to a uint8 array. Yeah. You would like to inline, you could inline the data directly, but this will greatly increase the parse time amount of data. Pack the binary data as an inline PNG. The browser can load the inline image without blocking the JavaScript code. Convert your binary file to ping. Oh, they just base 64 it. That's all they're doing. That's all that's all PNG to bin is doing. Oh, no, wait, it's not. What is it doing? What is this doing? It's a blob. With SQLite? It uses SQL to do it? Oh, I can't use this. That's going to add a bunch of dependencies. But I'm curious, what are they converting this to? Is it a blob? Let's see here. Ping to bin. So you do a canvas, yeah, and then you do the image load, okay. ASCII, it's a buffer. So they encode it. Okay. I see. And then, well, no, actually, let me go back. Let me go over here. Then encode it. And it encodes the ping to bing. Yeah, with a decoded file as a uint. Yeah, okay, so it's a blob file of uint8. Right. And then it reads it as a blob again. So the problem, okay. The problem with, yeah, it's using a uint data array. The problem with this is that I would have to, I'd have to fetch it or inline the uint data array. It's possible. I'm gonna, I'll look at this. I'll look at this later. I'm gonna keep this open. It's possible that I could create a file that I could inline as a blob. I don't know if that's going to be any smaller than base 64, but it might be. Decodes an image and returns the decoded file as a uint data array. Yeah. The thing is that when you use bin to ping, so when you go to read this back, it reads it back as base 64. So it doesn't actually, it still has to decode it. You have to generate it as a base 64 file. Once you get it out, yeah, you first need to encode it as that, then inline it as base 64. So it's actually not doing, it's actually extra steps to do what I'm doing. Because at the end of the day, you have to load it as base 64. It's read as base 64. You can't spit it out as a uint data array and then read it back as a uint data array. You have to read it back as base 64 when you go to use it. So I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm just skipping a step. So I guess I am doing ping to bin. I just think some extra memory is a great trade-off for making your game run at a reasonable speed, especially since we're not living in a world with 16 megs of RAM. Trust me, I run 30-year-old MUD. The entire game is 66 megs of memory, 17,000 rooms, 4,000 mobs. I'm all about being strict from memory usage, but I'm happy to spend some memory to make the game run efficiently, because if you're lagging basically ever, it's going to leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth. I mean, I think in reality, I don't think we're going to be running 28 by 28 or 30 by 30. Yeah, I'm not lagging yet. I'm not sure that we're going to get to the point where we're lagging unless I really crank up the viewport size. Well, hang on. Let me change the zoom. Well, no, even with 30 by 30, all the water is animating and there's no lag. Yeah. So, and there's no way we're running 30 by 30. This is like, it's rather large, right? And I'm on a, what, 1080 screen? Right? So, you know, I don't think people are going to run this in full 1080 at this zoom level. I would probably put like a bit of a harder limit with a smaller viewport size and a bit zoomed in so that you can see things a bit better. That's kind of why I did the zoom in thing and turn down the viewport size. This is a bit too much in the other direction where you kind of can't see enough. So there's a compromise viewport size and zoom that we'll figure out when we're farther ahead. But right now, I'm kind of finding it difficult to see any lag except for loading, which you have a loading screen, which every game has. Well, I mean, not every game. Some games don't have it. Some games do preload a bunch of data. So between that and being a bit smarter about the layer usage, I think we're going to be okay. This is also local too. Yeah, so it typically make the trade for speed at the cost of memory too. Depends on how much memory you're talking. Okay, so I'll try and do this one thing at a time. So it will always be local, light speed. Or sorry, coffee. Sorry, coffee. You said it's local. It will always be local. On multiplayer mode, the only thing that will happen is everybody will load their local copy, and then the server will just inject a new HTML. And the new HTML will just override your existing HTML, and that's it. That's it. So there isn't going to be any, like, the server will do pretty much all of the state management stuff. So I don't think performance is going to be a problem there, because you're just going to run the game locally with the same WASM file and the same HTML. And then the multiplayer server is just going to give you new HTML and replace your existing HTML, and then that's it. So I think we're going to be okay for speed there, I think. But then for some stuff, it's faster to not allocate cache. So just recalc it when you need it. Yeah, so this is the problem, right? Is I would find it difficult to justify going from, I think ultimately it'll be about 5 megabytes. This is unoptimized, by the way, so it could even be less. The entire game will probably be something like maybe 5 to 10 megabytes overall. Plus the Atlas file, so maybe 1 or 2 more, well, maybe let's say another 5-ish megs. Let's just be a little bit aggressive. I mean, how much is it now? Is it here? No, where is it? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay. So if we look at the size right now of the Atlas file, it's 800 KB. So sure, let's say 5 megs, right? Let's do times 5. So 5 megs for the Atlas file, maybe say 10 megs for the WebAssembly file, and then like definitely less than half a meg for all the JS and CSS and all that. So overall, you're looking at like 15 megs, right? Slaps roof of program. This thing's going to give you so much HTML. Hey, Quad, how are you doing? So the issue with preloading in order to get runtime performance is that I know that I'm going to end up creating a bunch of worlds and layers that are going to take me up to somewhere between 60 to 80 megs, because I have to like inline store all their memory up front. It has to be at compile time. So at runtime, you just access an array that's representative of the world you're in, or whatever it is you're in, right? And I'm talking about just the WASM. So you've gone from let's say a 10 megabyte size WASM file multiplied by 6 or 8 in the end. That is a hard pill for me to swallow. Because I feel like then I have not come up with a good compromise system. If I just jump to the preload in order to get runtime performance, because of runtime things that are not even like per frame. We're talking about loading worlds. That happens when you load a world, and then it doesn't happen until you load another world. We're not talking about having to hit a 60 frame per second thing. Once the world is loaded, it's loaded in memory. It's just dynamically loaded in memory. Once you have it in memory, it's no different than it being pre-allocated in memory at compile time. It's just that you chose a dynamic route versus a pre-allocated compile time route. So so then the benefit is, well, then I get to ship a smaller initial load size, and I just have to worry about a loading screen for loading the world. I don't know, that doesn't seem so bad, unless that becomes a problem on lower end hardware and the CPU has a hard time generating a world with 10 layers at 100 by 100 per layer. If we caveman dummy it, then maybe I might need to reconsider. But I hate the idea of shipping an 80 megabyte file up front. I don't know why I hate. I'm actually I'm listening to myself, and my arguments back are not the strongest arguments. I admit. I'm being a stickler for like. I just don't want the file size to get bigger because I think that it can be dynamically generated well enough to run well enough. I could be wrong about that, but that's my argument. Is I think. I intuitively feel like I don't need to do that right now. I have no reason to base that on other than I just don't want to ship a huge file unless I have to. I mean, I guess if I wanted to excuse it the other way, many games, even older games, like if you think about like okay, how about this then? Here's a counter argument. Yeah, I know you agree, but this is actually really good to hash out because this is the kind of conversation that we typically have around here. Hang on, let me since like cartridge games, CD-ROM games, floppy disks, etc. What did these games do? These games essentially had a bunch of world data, game data inside of a static memory block. That's what the CD was, right? That's what the cartridge was, right? So when you load up the game, its form of dynamic generation of what it needed was, well, I have access to like a static constant block of data in the form of like I have to overcome IO access, which we could overcome here, but it's there. It's essentially like I'm going to load it in memory by reading from the IO, from a CD, from a floppy disk, from a cartridge, and I'm going to take this block of data and I'm going to load it in memory, and then that's going to be my like on-demand world. I'm kind of saying the same thing. I'm just skipping the IO because there's no real IO in WASM. You have to preload it inside of WASM. You have to preload it inside of your C code in order for the C code to access that data. You don't have an IO operation in WebAssembly. You do if I export this out into like Odin or another 3D engine like Kohi, then sure, then I can do IO based data reads and load it in memory and then use that, and I could do that. But the browser is kind of a different beast because I don't have access to that. So if I want the same kind of, if I want to make an argument for preloading the data, my argument would be, well, that's kind of how it's worked in the past. You did have a preloaded set of static data. It came in the form of a CD-ROM or whatever. You would read from it, you'd load it in memory, and that's it. But I just don't have an IO operation to read from here. So I have to preload the entire thing in memory. So I guess that's the other downside then. The file size might be 80 megs, which is fine. But now we're talking about an 80 meg memory block. So it's an upfront cost both ways. It's an upfront cost for memory download, or sorry, for file download size, and it's an upfront cost for all that memory gets immediately used up by that entire file. So the whole thing is eaten up front. How okay with that am I? I don't know. And I'm trying to think of a different way to do it. An empty browser tab takes 10 to 20 megs of memory, just fully empty. That doesn't surprise me. I I don't know. I guess I don't think I think anyway you cut it. If I'm shipping a single HTML file, it all has to be in memory. It has to be. It's either all in memory or dynamically generated with the rest in memory. That's all it can be. Unless I'm just going to commit to fetching remote files on demand for things that I need. I don't like this. It was almost easier being homeless. You could think of it like this too. You've cut React, so you've saved your precious resources to allocating for improving your game the way you want. Yes. I mean, this is true. Yes. I I'm really trying hard not to come up with excuses to do things that I shouldn't be doing right now. Because it just opens the door to excuse more things. So I'm trying to think this out like very, very carefully. I you know, it's not that one direction is bad over another. I'm just trying to really, really be very careful what I do. What's the next step in the game? What actually is this game? It's I pretty much have collision figured out. Like you can't like step over certain things and whatnot. Like that's pretty much all there. Might be one use case where I need to figure it out. Maybe with pathfinding, might need to figure out collision. No, maybe even pathfinding would be fine. So maybe I do have collision sorted already. It's smaller mechanics. The battle mechanics are done. Sailing is done. A lot of the data stuff is done. There's structs for everything or arrays, depending on which one's more performant. Usually it's an even 50-50 split, but it's all there. I have all the like individual little pieces of stats like range and attack power and skills and things like that. So right now I'm just building out the worlds. I'm building out this where you sail, right, out in the world, and then I'm building out the ports themselves. I have a little like I have an actual like captain with his own fleet just randomly running around here. You can go in a port and there's menu systems for like purchasing things and buying ships and like the major mechanics are all done. I think we've overcome all the major hurdles. It's all done. It's all there. It's going to be the little stuff like actually applying stats, modifications. What if you have like a special figurehead in your ship that adds like a buff? During battle, what happens if there's a storm, you're fighting inside of a storm, animation effects like animating the water. We've done that. I want to like do things like when you move left or right, the actual NPC direction updates, things like that, right? So the big stuff's done. We're getting down to mechanics and polish. Thanks for the follow, Midscore.io, on Twitch. I appreciate it. Say hi if you're here, but if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. I appreciate it. So, hey, Midscore. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. So all the major hurdles are done. Um, and this is kind of like, it's probably not too terrible of a time to feel free to ask questions, by the way, mid score. If you want, I can tell you what I'm up to here in a minute. It's up to you, or you can just chill out, whatever you want, man. So it's that's why coffee, your question, it comes at like I think at an appropriate time, because if I'm going to make a change, it's either going to be now or it's going to be a little bit later on when I hit a wall. If I hit that wall, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit. No, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to hit. I feel like I'm not going to hit the performance wall with what I've done here. Um and I don't think I've exhausted all my options for all the the data that I dynamically generate. I don't think I'm done with being smart about generating that data. I've done it caveman style. So it's like on-demand CPU thrash. But there are smarter ways to do it. So I've kind of convinced myself that I will just keep going for now. I'm not going to make any large changes because what I can change to preloaded data on compile down the road, and it's pretty easy. I don't think leaving it the way it is now has committed me to anything. And the mechanics won't change, my data won't change, all my stats won't change. My captains, my worlds, none of that will change. It's just where the data lives will just be in a different place. That's it. That's the only difference. You're doing well. Good to hear it, mid score. So the only thing I can think of that would be a positive, I suppose, to preloading all the world data is, what if you didn't want to have a loading screen? What if you did just want to load 80 megs of data? And like, let's be real. Let's just be real. Shipping 80 megs over the wire for a video game. Well, let's scale up to it. Let's give ourselves a little bit of breathing room with like the Atlas and all of that. Let's say 100. Let's say it's 100 megabytes for the entire game once. And then 100 megabytes of data in RAM. So you can have the entire world and no loading screens. And admittedly, the fastest runtime performance you can possibly get. Runtime performance doesn't get any better than that. Once it's loaded into memory, whether it's the browser tab or, whatever, your 3D engine or whatever, the access to that is like the best. 100 megabytes. It's a fart in the wind. It's nothing. It's nothing. But that is how all roads to hell start. with the good intentions, with like, it's just 100 megs, and then it's just 200 megs, and then it's just a gig. Yeah, I don't want to go down that road right now. Yeah, I'm committed now. That's it. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're not going to preload the data until we're farther along and we're noticing some performance issues. And then maybe we can preload some data or something like that. Or maybe we can even be smart about preloaded data. We don't have to load every layer for every world, or every piece of data at compile time along with the memory. We can load like some kind of base set of data that we can generate off of, so that it's just like, like we can still be smart about the whole thing. But first, let's hit some performance bottlenecks, because right now we're looking pretty good. And the file size is small. So we might be able to have our cake and eat it too. We'll just be very, very careful about the wasky wee wee wabbit. Where's Jan? Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you too. Like that you're doing call-ins. It's a good idea. Yeah, no one's taken me up on it, but it's there. I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. It's been a while. It's actually been a Yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, if I think about this too. Yeah, okay. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. We're going to stick with dynamic for now. It'll be fine. Okay. Um, let me see. Also, I missed Boss Gans earlier. Follow from Boss Gans. I appreciate it. From like an hour ago. Damn. Sorry, Boss Gans. My bad. So, okay. So the next thing that I probably need to do is build out the next port. Well, I could just kind of leave that for now. I'll just leave it for now. Um, so I'll put in like another say 2 or 3 ports in here, and they'll just look stupid like this for now, and then we'll just kind of flesh them out and make them real ports. So they'll have like actual like real buildings and an actual map, and I think some animations are in order. So some of these characters don't have the animations that are available working, and it would just help make the world feel a bit more alive if these guys were like idle, idle movement, and they were pointing in the right area, like the right direction when you're moving them around. So that's something I could work on. My concern with these character animations is that there's a lot. And this atlas is going to get pretty big. I don't know how I feel about that. I might want to separate these out into a few atlases for different purposes, or cut down on the number of animations per character. I'm not sure if having this many movement tiles is like movement sprites. I don't know if how much value that adds versus just having like half of these. I mean, it's not bad. It probably would make it feel a bit nicer to have the fuller animation. Okay, but then in that case, I do have to split these things out into different tile sets, different like atlases. Because the animation count's going to be insane. And then I would have to break them down into base 64s and um do I have Atlas base 64? No, I had it somewhere. I don't know where. I guess I could have a few of these like base 64 files. Array to bin? No. Layer atlas map? No. Where's my atlas? Game strings? Yeah, okay. Atlas. Where am I putting my atlas data? Encode into atlas data. Okay, what's my base 64 atlas file? Oh, WASM as base 64? No, that's not right. Do I not have the Atlas file? I don't. Why don't I have the Atlas file? Oh, I'm literally just loading it. I didn't do the base 64 route on this. I did it before and then I took it out. I see. Okay, so that's fine then. I can still break it out and inline it after. As a matter of fact, I think this URL path works for local files. So actually, technically, I could still ship a single HTML file and just have the PNG files next to it. And it would work local. I think that's actually what I'm doing right here, isn't it? Yeah, it's a local. It's not a server. So it still could be a single HTML file, and then I just have the assets as separate files, and I just URL import them. Okay, so actually that makes life a lot easier then for the Atlas. So I can put in some high fidelity animations for the characters. That would require that I reach into request animation frame and figure out which NPCs are in the world, and on every frame update their animation, like an animation count, and then when I go to render them, I would have to update their like XY offset position based on the background image, based on the animation count. That'll be fun. Viewport? No, 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 no. UI helper, I think it's in here. When I go and load up the NPCs here, yeah, here, I would have to set I'd have to figure out what animation ID, I guess, or some kind of like, I guess it would have to be an ID, be an increment of available animations, and then I would have to figure out on the JS side what that means in terms of the background position. This guy would get updated based on your animation count. And so if you started with like background position 30, that's animation ID 1, and then animation ID 2 is 31, and so on and so forth at X. And then at Y would be like whatever the Y offset is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then I also have to take into account direction. That's the other thing. I do have direction already in the game. It's already something I track. If I go like direction down, yeah, I set my NPCs to their appropriate direction when I move them. So that's already there. Yeah, so I would need to have directional animations for each NPC or sprite or whatever that I want to have it for. And then I would have to detect whether one exists or not, check for a valid animation ID, check for it against the direction, which would probably be an array of animations based on the animation ID per direction. Make sure it's all there and the values are set, and then I can get an offset Atlas XY, and then I can use that in the background position. that means that I have to store all the world NPCs when I load a world in JavaScript. I have to just kind of reference them as existing, then attach an animation class to them in order to track the animation steps based on their direction. Then on every, let's go with this render function because it's every frame. This render function would increment the animation iterator for the NPC. Crap. What are my world NPCs? Am I all no? No, world NPCs are not set here. They're set somewhere else. They're set here. Updated render on every frame. Oh man. So I am pulling all the NPCs already, but I am not. I would have to externally store. I'd have to externally store them and then detect when the world has been updated and then re-update them. So I have to hoist this out of here. I can't do it on every frame. This is actually extremely wasteful. Yeah, this needs to come out of here and become an external thing. And world NPCs only gets updated when the world changes. Then I can go through all the world NPCs. I can attach an animation mechanic to them, however I want to do it in JavaScript. And the rest of this code stays the same. You know, I'm kind of not liking having separate JS files. I'm just going to be honest. I actually think I understand. I think I got around quicker when it was one big HTML file with a JS inlined. It had its own downsides, but where on earth am I detecting that the world has changed, or am I just not detecting it? Update state world. Updated. Yeah, I guess I'm just not checking it on the JavaScript side. Should update. Okay, so it'd be right here. I can just store all the world NPCs. Where is it? If I take if I take this out, let's put it up here for now. And then we'll make these global, and then if we do an updated state of world, then we'll set their values. So let's do this. We're going to make this a global value. We're going to do that, and then we're going to do this. So these are now global values, and that's it. Of course. Cannot set properties of null. Maybe because I'm not initializing their values. Yeah, I got to do a value initialization. So if I do that, this didn't work. Console log. Damn it. Oh. Game is empty, so nothing's actually started. Let's go back to request animation frame. And oh no, what about I'm trying to look for that console log. Game is empty now. Case sensitive? No, I don't want case sensitive. Here. So it's going to go animate, then request animation frame is going to animate, then it's going to go render with a tick. And it will probably be let me just hack it. So it'd be if world npcs dot length is 0, then we should do all these things. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so something along these lines. This is not very good, but it proves the point that I can hoist it out and I don't have to generate new NPCs every frame, which is what I was doing. Which is crazy. Could not place NPC for some reason. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. There's an order of operations here that's not working right. Anyway, okay. I'll pause it. Yeah. I must not be like clearing the NPCs or something properly. Something along those lines on the JavaScript. I just have to find the right place to initialize that data. And then what I should be able to do is apply like an animation class attached to NPCs. So it could be yeah, it would be world NPCs last index. And the animation class gets attached to it, and then I can just reference the animation class to do animations on it. And then if the world changes, then I clear out the NPCs and do it again. I just have to figure out why it's not clearing out properly. But that would work. Then I can do directional, and then I just have to sort out what my NPC animation class looks like in a directional way. Like I have animate ocean here, which I guess I could do the same thing. I just have to figure out, like, it matters which NPC you are. Well, it doesn't actually matter which NPC you are. It matters which NPC asset you want to use. So you could be 2, 3, 4, 5 different entirely different NPCs, but maybe you want to use the same NPC assets here and animations. So I probably just have to create a global set of available NPC animations and give them like some kind of name that's like a little bit generic, and then say NPC from the game, whatever it is, by number or by name, will use these animations or this asset of animations or something like that. Yeah. Okay. I will have to sort this out. I think I'll have to use the character generator here, flashbang, and generate a few NPCs and give them maybe like a different image that I import, and then just, if the animations are going to be all the same like this, then why don't I just create a preset like a preset array of animation indexes, and it's just the same thing, and then I just pick a starting point of XY offset in the atlas and then just work my way down. I could just do that, and then I can just extract these individually. Yeah, see, it is nice. Like, the animations are nice for the character, right? Like, that would be nice to see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll do the animations. Jeez. Talk about peer pressure. Okay. Let me check on the time. Over 4 hours. That's longer than I expected to go. What time is it? 8:30? Okay, yeah, I better go. Okay, folks. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for popping in, and for some of the new chatters and whatnot. And Yeah, I mean, we did make some progress. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we did. I mean, we got sailing with other captains working. So that's pretty good. And we built out a few things, so honestly, it's not that bad. Yeah, I didn't realize what time it was. I went way over. Way over. I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay. So like I said, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I'm gonna pop off. I think I'll be back tomorrow. Um, I'm not sure. It kind of depends on the rest of the night and what what my schedule will end up becoming. But worst case, I'll be on later this week, for a few hours at least, and we'll do more of the game. And just so you know, I have been building out the enlightened programming course material and breaking it down into smaller material. So let me just open here. Yeah. So I've got 3 enlightened programming videos up, and they're all individual articles or studies that we've read in the past. I'm going to be doing more. I have more already sliced up. I just have to edit them. So this will become like an entire series of articles and whatnot. And there's some really good shorts out of it, so I'm making those as well. So it's going to go over the data that we've gone over in the past, and the science on some of these, programming principles that I rant about all the time. And instead of just letting them live in the live streams, you can see I have a whole bunch of live streams. I've pulled them all down and I'm breaking them up into individual pieces so that it's easier to find and whatnot. So I'm working on it. Okay, that's it. I'm out of here. I appreciate everybody that has been here, and hopefully I'll be chatting with you all soon. Yeah. Have a good day. Have a good night wherever you are. You guys are awesome. Peace out.